I got my coffee. It's fine. Okay. Speaking of coffee, I actually did want to do a little packing, and I wanted to, one of the things I wanted to pack was I have a coffee machine and a buttload of coffee. I got some coffee from Ken. I've got some coffee that I bought, and I got a bunch of Dunkin' coffee, and I don't know if it's still good. Like, how long does coffee last? Because I've had this coffee for years. I assume it's still good because coffee is used to preserve things, right? Or maybe no. I hate it when my counter's in front of me. I accidentally step on him. Oh my god, I had a dog who used to do that, or well, my family had a dog who used to do that all the time. He would like run up and just like park it right in front of you as you were walking, and then and run away. Like, what do you do? Why would you do that to yourself? I need to sleep as well. I was grinding on Rivals for hours. Yes. Oh, Grandmaster 3. Nice. Strange Lord. Strange magic. Awesome. Go get some rest though. Go get some rest. Darleka is just a name I made up. It was originally used for an OC, but I liked it so much I stole it for myself. Nice. Your Subway orders herb and cheese bread. Ooh, turkey, pepperoni, provolone toasted. Damn. That's like some spicy level food right there. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I also wanted to get drunk today. I wanted to drink a little because I wanted to do a Drunky Reacts. I'd like to like make a regular thing, Drunky Reacts. I'm actually drunk. Bonnie, welcome to the party. How are you doing? I'm now posting daily on the second channel. I'm posting DBD now. Okay, cool. Sucks I can't do my lever. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. If anyone else wants to do a lever, but yeah, I need powers to grind for loot boxes. Oh god, yeah. I don't want to be forced into playing Overwatch just for loot boxes. I have another loot box I can get, and it ends tomorrow. I'm just not gonna get it. Check your Discord DMs. Okay. Get me on after that. How did my job meeting go? It went very it was like what do you call it when something anticlimactic? It was anticlimactic because basically nothing was said. I got into work and my badge still worked. My desk is still there. All my tchotchkes are there. So the thing is, on Monday almost nobody goes in. Everybody works from home. I'm the only person who like actually goes in. Every now and again someone else will go in. They're like, oh wow, you're here. I'm like, always here. So I went in, nobody was there. Tomorrow is the day where if anything's gonna happen, the director guy who said something and spoke up, he's gonna probably come over and like give me a talking to. But the fact that I'm not already fired tells me that I should be good. Everything should be fine. We'll see. Ghost! Gamble and draw. Oh no!
Pull the lever, Grunk.
Wait, drunk rat actually getting drunk? Still not a rat. Nope, that's true. Waking up at Rivals is just easier. I should try it at some point, I guess. I haven't done that in a long time. That is good news. You levered me for that. Whew. Yeah. Hey, CC, how are you doing? Yeah, I was on edge. But basically at this point, funny thing is, I actually sort of came to terms with the idea. I was like, okay. And this is my mentality, and this is what I actually would recommend this to everybody for the sake of your own sanity and for the sake of your happiness. Let me turn this off for a moment. For the sake of happiness and sanity, I would recommend this approach to life. The hope for the best, expect the worst approach. Basically, what I do is I look at anything that I'm either weighing the options for or considering the ramifications of. So like if something is going to happen and it could go one way or another, or there could be several outcomes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to understand what are the most likely, most reasonable extremes, the best and the worst. And if I'm choosing between two things, what are the consequences to those choices, extremes? Like obviously, what's the worst thing that could happen if I go outside? I could get hit by an asteroid. That's pretty unreasonable, right? So in this case, what's the worst thing that could happen from me, doing what I did / getting caught at doing what I did? I I'm probably not going to be fed into a belt sander wood chipper combination. Like that's probably not going to happen. So that would be unreasonable. The most reasonable thing, like the most reasonable likely thing, would be to get fired. And since I didn't like, but that would be like an immediate, like if it happened, it would be an immediate firing. And then the next thing would be the best case would be obviously I don't get fired and nothing happens, and I either get a talking to, or the best case would just be absolutely nothing happens, nobody even mentions it, and I just go about my daily life. So I thought to myself, what would happen if I got fired? What am I gonna do with myself if I'm no longer working in this? And I came to a conclusion that as much as I was like initially, oh my God, I don't want to get fired, oh my God, this would be terrible, I came to the conclusion that there was actually a time a couple months ago where I was actually considering, like, how would life be if I quit? Could I sustain myself? And I think I came to the conclusion that yes, I would be fine going forward. It would be rougher. I wouldn't have, you know, there's a massive source of income and the health benefits that come with this job, and the fact that I have good friends, and the fact that I'm literally moving to a place because of this job. That would kind of suck. But all in all, it would not be the end of the world. I wouldn't be put into a position where I basically was just homeless and had no income, had no capability to support myself, and was just gone. So I kind of calmed down. I didn't worry quite as much after that point, because I basically said best or worst case scenario, life goes on, right? That's what I mean. And worst case scenario, if there was something that would be like, okay, if this happens, I really got to prepare. At that point, I probably would have, you know, done whatever I could to make that the least impactful. So fired up the old resume, you know, gotten everything ready for just in case. But, you know, it didn't. So I'm chilling. How are you? Doing well, doing well. If it wasn't easier, I would be stuck in plat like Overwatch, but I'm in GM, so it's definitely easier. Okay, I probably should check that out. It was fun though. I like pushing myself to the very best. Well, ZZ, what I think Star Fox is saying is that it's actually easier to get in GM in Marvel Rivals than it is in Overwatch, which honestly, if something is easier, it actually does take away a little bit of the value, because if only a few people can actually get into the top, you know, 500, if only 500 people can ever be there, then to being in top 500 is a really important achievement. If only like another couple thousand people can ever be GM, then that is still a very big achievement. That's like, wow, they got that. That's impressive. But if 50% of players get into it, obviously I'm going to an extreme. If 50% of players get into it, then it's like, okay, you're close to average. So that's an interesting little way to look at it. As my mother always instills in my mind, always be prepared just in case. Yeah, pretty much. Were you a bartender? How did you learn your alcoholic experience? Great question. No, I wasn't. The Pundit Wonder actually, I believe, spent some time as a bartender, and I want to learn from him. I don't actually have a lot of experience with bartending. I can make some cocktails, but I'm entirely basing that off of, you know, watching YouTube and reading books. So I would love to get to the point where I can pour by counting, but only after basically I practiced for probably about 2 hours one day. I got a big bottle of vodka. I emptied it by drinking it over the course of a couple days, and then I filled it up with water, put the little stopper inside, and just started pouring it to count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's how you count out your shots. It's actually pretty well done. Your subs are here. Your subs are here. Awesome. Not only in GM, basically every rank is easier to get. Another one in Rivals other than Overwatch. I think Rivals is easier to rank up than Overwatch. Yeah, yeah, cool. That's what I'm getting. Spent 3.5 years as a bartender, and it was a time. I feel like as a bartender, you have to be both competent at what you're doing, excellent at what you're doing. You can't just know how to do a lot of things. You have to be able to do it while doing other things. You have to be an expert, so to the point where you can do things. It's like being able to drive and talk at the same time. When you first start out driving, you're probably very, very focused on the road. Nothing is just second nature. You have to concentrate forward attention on everything that you're doing. When you get, you know, more comfortable at it, you've been doing it for a very long time, eventually you get to the point where you can drive and do something else at the same time. You still want to focus on the road, but you don't have to focus all your forward attention. You could focus some side attention on it to just go through the motions that you normally go through. And then if something big happens, like you have to stop very quickly, or you have to you suddenly realize, oh shoot, I made a wrong turn, then your attention gets focused. With a bartender, you have to be able to do the pouring, do the measuring, keep track of tabs, keep track of, you know, the different things that you need to go out, clean the place, get the place in order, all while maintaining conversation and a charming, you know, facade, be able to be talking to people, right? So these are things that you have to be able to do as a bartender. You need a lot more excellence. Oh man. Just pick rocket and press right click to drop the ammo overload punisher. Oh, people count their shots when they pour? Gotta be precise as a bartender. Yeah, because you as a bartender, there's benefits and detriments to doing everything, right? If you are very precise with your shots and you're, you know, giving out either at or even under what you're supposed to give out, you're gonna have a lot of unhappy guests, but you're gonna have a happy boss because they're saving money. Although if you do it too bad, then you're gonna have a, you know, unhappy guests equals less customers, and boss is not gonna be happy. You want to go as close to actual as possible, maybe a little over, because if you go a little over, you're gonna have more happy customers. Now the thing is, a lot of customers don't even realize that you're going over. So if you're pouring a little heavy, you're going to be losing your stock faster, meaning that you have a certain amount of pours, like 35, 36 pours in a bottle of vodka. If you end up with only, you know, 30 pours out of that, that's 5 fewer drinks that you can sell. That's 5 fewer drinks that you're going to get tipped on, you know? So it's a matter of like balancing that out. And if you have your, you know, your regular customers, you're probably going to be a little more generous to them and stuff like that. It's interesting. More drink, less alcohol, or more alcohol, less drink. And some people actually prefer less alcohol. Some people, like me, if I'm gonna drink alcohol, I'm drinking it to get drunk. I don't want no frou-frou bullshit. Now that is very okay. Stop. Full stop. I'm lying. I want heavy alcohol, but I also want heavy flavor to cover the alcohol, because I don't like the flavor of alcohol. So either I'm drinking straight alcohol just to get drunk, which I do not recommend. It will mess you up. I did that one time and I got messed up for like an entire 3-day period. I was out of it, man. I do not recommend. The alternative is to drink things that are watered down, or watered down as in cocktails. Like you mix it with apple juice, pineapple juice, lemon, and so on, sugar, this, that, and the other. Lucy Zombie, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. I actually made a discovery. What'd you do? I mainly just bartended for my friends, so I tried a lot of different mixing stuff. Ooh, a life lesson, people. Bar Sims. I've never been to a bar, so I'm confused by all of this. No worries. Actually made a discovery. What'd you make a discovery of? Corporate restaurants measure that, but mom and pop shops tend not to worry about that. True, but like if you're overdoing, like let's say you double shot somebody for their drink and you do it regularly, you're gonna get half as many drinks out of the same bottle, and that's high on the cost side of things, right? So if you abuse it, the people who are buying the alcohol, especially if you're the one buying the alcohol, let's say you have your own bar and you're stocking your own shelves, yeah, you want to be generous to people to get them to come back and to get them to tip you more and stuff like that. But at the same time, if you're the one stocking the shelves, you're going to be very aware of the fact that every time you do a double for free, you're losing half of your total potential sales. Corporate restaurants measure, yeah, exactly. Coconut sake and pineapple soju taste really good together. Really interesting. Found this out when my friends took me out for late birthday dinner. Oh, cool. Drunky, I will bartend for you and on stream. Yes. You and I on stream tonight, and I'll rock your liver. Wait, I'll bartend for you and I on stream tonight. Are you in the area? Where are you? What is this? Wait, hang on. Tonight? Okay. You said on stream tonight. You okay. I was like super happy for a moment. It's okay. I'm all good. It's okay. I'm having one of my friends make a montage of my Zenyatta gameplay. Cool. Done in a few weeks. Nice. Like to be reacted to it? Sure. That'd be cool. Guys, I need to sleep, but Le Seraphim collab is in 4 hours. What do I do? I don't know who that is. Sleep is important. They're not collabing with me. And with the extra S's, I'm thinking Sniper Wolf, which I think is bad. So it's like a pina colada in a shot glass. Interesting. Doing shots. I gotcha. One night surprise. Fun. Wait, is that real or is someone playing the sound effect? Open up, motherfucker. Fun! That would be so cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. Now, here's the beauty of the new place that I'm living. Not to brag or nothing, but where I'm living, there's only one entrance that people can get into, and in order to get in, you have to call my phone, and the gate will call me, and I'll have to buzz people in, so people can't sneak up on me. Seraphim is a K-pop group. Oh, got it. Oh, it's an Overwatch collab. Didn't they already do a K-pop Overwatch collab? The new one. Have you ever gotten a noise complaint? I haven't, which is very surprising.
I fell into a burning ring of fire, going down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire,
and one on that side.
The ring of
now,
fire.
That side, they've been going through some renovations, and so I've been hearing a lot of start now, pick a time, snooze. I've been hearing a lot of like hammering and stuff, but it's pretty rare and it's not really that loud, so I'm not really worried about it. That side, I've heard every now and again, like at one point, someone put on some really loud music, and doesn't have to be in stream. Do you think later you can show my DVD game? It's a pretty good game. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Maybe if you DM me. Well, I don't know. Like, yeah, I did. Probably not. Fun just walks up and takes the gate to open it. Tells the gate to open it. What is he, Chuck Norris? Okay. Oh, the lever doesn't give me scrap. Dragon! You turn down a ring of fire. Yeah, good point. I'll do that. I'll do that right now. But I heard loud music one time from over there. And then, like, it wasn't, like, so loud that it was shaking the walls, but it was loud enough that it was, like, you guys could hear it, I think. And after a couple minutes, I heard, like, dum, 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 dum. Who the hell's got that loud music? It was like the mom came. It was like, turn him a new one. It was immediately the music goes down. What the hell are you thinking about? Get out of here. It was so good. I was like, oh man. W mom, man. That was great. Let's get the alerts up. That was just wonderful. I just walks up to the gate and tells it to open. Once Kira's mag enough, the gate will open on its own for sure. I can see that. I can see that. Like the group, the music is pretty good. I don't know their group. All right, so here we go. Where is it? 2 minutes of chill. Foghorn. Oh yeah. What does this one sound like again? You guys even hear that? Oh, you guys can hear that. Okay. Yeah, this is my 2 minutes of chill sound effect. I don't think anyone's ever actually run it, which I understand. It's the reason why it's It's $20. It's like 2,000 bits, but that's because it's essentially 2 minutes of just relaxing chill. I like it. Hey Twiggy, how you doing? Where's Ring? All right, we're gonna stop. We're not going the full 2 minutes. Ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, down, down. All right, here we go. Let's test it. Yep. I can see it. I can see it going up. It's pretty damn high. Let's have this here. Let's see. Let's try this.
I fell into a burning.
Let's see if this actually even works.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, down, down. And the flames went high.
Got you.
Burn.
Okay.
The ring of fire.
The ring of fire. And I'm gonna go ahead and re-up that to 1,500 bits. No more. Well, okay. Now I'm gonna leave that. I'll leave it. If people want to do it legit, they can get me legit, but this will scare the pants off me. I'll leave it at 0. So that yeah. Okay, cool. Go. Scare the pants off me. It's totally fine. All right. Let's go back to Skyrim. Wiggy! All right. Let's do this real quick. Isa, hang on. New tab. Okay, here we go. Blizzard Entertainment. And then I'm gonna get some water, and then we'll start up the packing portion of this stream. Shop. Water. I actually like how that sounds. The shots water. It's funny that the backwards of shots is at. And I think water is it's weird. All right, 1,000 coins. Gifts. We're doing Overwatch, right? Yeah, Overwatch 2. We already are friends, I believe. You're Shaggy something, right? No, that's not you. It is Twiggy. Okay, it is Twiggy. Yeah, there we go. Seems to be good. You haven't been friends long enough. Okay, so let's give it one more day. It says, I mean, when did you become friends with me? Was it yesterday or was it Friday? Oh, no, it was Friday. We became friends on Friday. So it probably, let's do it at the end of the stream. Yeah. It's probably just that. We'll do that. Yeah. Because I think it was around danger to obliterate this man. What happened? It was around the middle or so when we actually became friends, so it wouldn't be for a couple more minutes. Here, be cleaning break is over. I'll be lurking. Nice. All right, I am going to make sure that the audio is good for the kitchen. Good. And I'm gonna go over, grab some water. I'm gonna head out, get some more footage. No worries. Thank you, Bonnie. You have a good one, my friend. I think Bonnie's already gone. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty much like I can't. I don't know what to do with him. He needs to mature. We're gonna remove everybody from the queue because we're not doing a queue right now. And let's go get some water. Go. I'm gonna bring my phone so I can actually keep track of the conversation. All right. I also have a couple of things. Like I got a box, a duffel bag, and a rolling luggage that I'd like to fill up with some things. I definitely want to bring over the coffee machine with coffee stuff because I now have water over there. I can make coffee. So what are all the things that I have over at the other place? I have water, which I tested today. I put some into a small container and looked to make sure there were no microbes, and it didn't seem to be any microbes. At least that I could see. Like with certain organisms, you can actually see them swimming around and stuff like that. Just like almost like moving dust, and it was just perfectly clear. I didn't have a microscope on me. I have one here, but I didn't bring it over there yet. So I tested it, I drank it, and everything seemed all right. It should be going through a filter. So beyond that, the water and ice worked. I turned up the heat on the water tank. We're gonna see if that works. I should probably turn on the. I'm gonna be going over there tomorrow because I was gonna do it anyway, but I heard a bad sound. Basically, there is a hose outside, a spigot, and there's a hose connected to a little pass through that has a timer on it that allows you to set a timer to stop the water flow, and at the end it'll close it and stop the water flow. Well, I had it on to fill up the pool because the pool was a little bit low, and the pool guy told me, "Hey, please fill it up to this line, thanks." Like, you got it, bro. And pool water. It reached the end while I was inside, and I suddenly heard this big ka-chunk sound. It's like, what? So I think when the water suddenly turned off, like something happened in the pipe system, and I don't like that. If I go back tomorrow and there's a bunch of water in the ground, that's not great. But we shall see. Oh, having a house is so stressful. I also have a bunch of rice down here that I'd like to bring over. I got rice, rice holders. I already got a rice cooker over there. And with water and a rice cooker and a strainer that I need to bring, I can actually make rice. And I love rice. Rice is a great snack. It's also bad for my belly, but I like it. Shut up. I'll get you some water. Yes, rice. Yippee. What do you have planned for today? So today I have 3 things I want to do. I want to get water. That's one. I want to pack a little bit. I want to bring my boxes over and do what I did on, I think, Saturday. And pack up some things into the boxes and get ready to bring them downstairs tomorrow morning. Maybe even tonight. Who knows? And I would like to then react to a couple of videos from a streamer called European Reacts. His videos were on America, and it was like, what would happen if America was in a war with the rest of the world? And it was like including China, Russia, India, all the other like major superpowers and everyone and Europe and everyone else. And it was like, okay, and this wasn't like a ooh scary, everything's gonna happen. No, this was just a thought exercise as to like what would happen, like how would this go down. And it was kind of cool. I liked it. I wanna watch it with you guys and sort of talk things through, because one of the things that he was talking about Americans and guns and how everyone has guns, and I actually had some points on that. I wanted to mention something about that. I thought that was interesting. He also mentioned a couple of canals that are in the world, and I was like, oh wow, those are actually a lot more important than I thought they were. Yeah, right now, it feels like it's taken forever to get anything over to the other place. But, like, I am noticing there's certain areas that are a lot more empty than they were. And it's going to take a little time, but over time, I will get, like, every time I take a trip, there's one more area in the house that has less stuff. And initially, there's going to be a lot of loose stuff over there. But I'm also planning on bringing a couple of the shelving things that I have. I can break them down and bring them with me. And I'm hoping that once I get it's going to take a little effort to break them down. I might actually just look at how much they cost. If they're like $30, I might just buy another one, because the amount of effort it takes to break everything down, put it all in the car, drive it all over. Every time I do that, that's a lot of stuff, a lot of space in the car that I'm not able to put anything else in. So it's kind of a no-win situation. Alrighty. Pun is all like, yo, Pun! What's he streaming, Twiggy? Okay, we're good. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh shit! That's what's wrong. I never changed my YouTube to just chatting, which is probably a problem because it says Overwatch and I'm not on Overwatch. Oh, no, it just says gaming. People in blogs. I'll do that. There we go. That's a little better. Banjo-Kazooie. Nice. Bunnykins, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hey everyone, hope all your Monday is going well. It is going well. It is going well. Guys, Banjo-Kazooie is really fun and Pun is really fun. So like Pun and Banjo-Kazooie. Check him out. I kind of want to do a duo stream with Pun where we're not actually streaming the same thing. Like maybe I'm just like packing up and he's actually playing a game or something like that, and we duo stream. You guys can watch both streams on the multi-stream if you want. And we'll have chat where in such a way that I can see his and he can see mine, and he can hear me and I can hear him, and we can just talk, and that would be actually kind of cool. We already talked about doing like a debate or something, and I think that would be interesting to just talk about various subjects like bees or hornets. Which is better? Obviously the answer is bees. The obvious answer is none. We get rid of everything and we make mechanical bees that go do the bees jobs, and everything that flies and stings is just gone from the world entirely. Everything lost. Bees, mosquitoes don't sting, but let's include those. Nah, train is better. I can see that. I can see that. Ads. Oh. All right. I like trains. All right, I got a duffel bag and a big old box. This big old box is pretty fragile, so I got to be careful with what I put in here. I can't put anything too heavy in there, but I can take things that are like big and would take a lot of space. Like this is a pillow. I don't actually want to send that yet though, because I don't want to throw it on the ground either, because I can use it if anyone asks, hey, what pillow do you? Oh no, Reinhardt, go choo choo. Yeah, not that kind of train. No trains. We don't need trains around here. But this is the pillow. If anyone goes to the merch store and wants to do like a giveaway or something, I highly recommend this pillow. It's a nice squeezable pillow with a very sensual Junkrat on the front, and a cute Drunkrat on the back. No, whoa, Chris, hey, we're gonna talk Europe later. I want your opinion. Okay? No, let's distract Chris, everybody. All right, Chat the Alpaca, I think is gonna go. We're gonna send Chat the Alpaca over to the other house. So I'm gonna put him not immediately. I wanna put a little stuff in here first, like little stuffing. Like here's a blanket and a shirt. Let's just put some stuffing in the bottom so that it doesn't hurt anybody. Throw them in there. Ah, dang it! You're gonna no chat chat. It's chat. C-H-A-T. Chat the alpaca. Because whenever someone says, "Oh, what would chat think?" I don't know what they're talking about. So I got an alpaca and we named him Chat.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Oh shit. Oh, a box is where I normally stand, so I don't have my normal pad that I fall onto. Brickman, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. Ah, dang it. Dang it, Chris Chi-Chi. Everyone's gonna start doing dang it whenever they lose Campbell's now. No! Starting memes. You're all a bunch of memers. Okay. I have some bags in here. We're gonna go through the bags to see what's in here because they're mystery bags. Anything could be in the mystery bag. It could even be a bag. Oh yeah. Okay, this was something that somebody got me for Christmas. It's a Beetlejuice inspired art. DJ, you recognize this?
Hey, I'm going to be completely honest. This is absolutely fantastic. It captures everything about the essence that I want. I got poison, I got bugs, I got beetles, I got juice. It's going to be great, especially with that sand room all there. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, you'd like a piece of me, wouldn't you? Well, you can't have a piece of me. I'm out here. You're in there. Ha!
Good stuff. Good stuff. We love some Beetlegeist. By the way, yes. Let's go gambling. Dang it. I'm drinking pina colada. Ooh, cherry slurp. Ooh. Was that like, that's pineapple and cherry, right? Interesting. Let's see, what else is in here? What did you think of the second film? I didn't watch the second film. I'd like to, though. I'd love to watch that and like sort of talk about it. Oh, this is the back of this is for the camera. I also had this little keychain Beetlejuice whose hair is green and therefore it goes away. But how could you not? I just haven't. I'm sorry. We're gonna put this in here and we're gonna gently we're gonna put this in later because this is gentle. I don't or this is fragile. I don't want that to be under a bunch of stuff. Oh my God. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, if you're not into health food, if you're into champagne, wait, it's actually good as far as sequel goes. Interesting. I missed the Beetlejuice shows on in HHN. I know the Beetlejuice house was also pretty good. What? How can you not? I'm sorry about it, kids. I need it. How do I watch it? Is it on a streaming service? It's on YouTube? Where do I watch it? All right. Oh gosh. I got these Krispy Kreme donut jelly beans that Vincent V actually gave me. Sent me them a while ago. So I got a bunch of those. I'm gonna save those. We're gonna put those in there because I think they can take the being under things. And we got the best hat I've ever had. One of the best hats I've ever had. Chris! Are you ready? Here we go! Look, Chris! We're ready to escape! Together! It's my Ushanka? No, that's not it. What is it called? What are these hats called? I think it was like HBO Max. Oh man, I don't have HBO. Yes! Yes! Hey Jake, what's up? How are you doing? Why is only one person watching on YouTube? It's fine. I don't really have a ton of incentive to watch on YouTube, Jake. A lot of times I don't respond super quickly, which I do if there's a lot of activity, but if somebody comes in and there's been no one chatting for a while, I have a tendency to miss it. But I'm surprised I actually got to you in only 2 minutes. But beyond that, on Twitch, there's a bunch of other things that happen, like you can pull the lever, you can get scrap, you can get subs, all these other things. On YouTube, I'm still working on that because the bot that I used to use for YouTube, I now use for Twitch, and I can't use for both. Bad. But it is good to see you. Hey, it went up. Yeah, Jake. I hope you're doing well, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? We're gonna be doing two things. One, I am currently packing. We're packing to go over to the other house, which is taking a lot longer than I had hoped it would. But you know, I want to make sure that I get everything I can. Packing. And then after that, I'm gonna be reacting to a video that I saw that is in fact a react video. Basically, this person named European Reacts. He watched a video about what would happen if America was in a war against the rest of the world. And it was a very logical, tactical kind of thing, not talking about like political anything. It was just talking about what would be the actual like moves that different companies might do. And it was interesting. I really liked it. I thought it was a really, you're correct, my friend, Ryan hat. Thank God it doesn't have the user logo. Such a funny thing is, that hat I actually got in America. I got it for skiing because this is a legitimate, like, it's not real fur, it's faux fur, but it's legitimate, like old location hat. I got it for skiing. So like this happen, this little thing, and these go down and they cover your ears. It's great. It's a US soloing wrist basically, and basically what came out of it was there's a few things that the US could do to basically guarantee a war of attrition, which they would be very likely to succeed at. But if they didn't do those properly, or if they couldn't do them successfully, then it would be a much more one-sided battle. But it was very interesting. I liked it. I'm gonna come at it I'm actually not going to come at it from the US side. I'm going to come at it from a European side, trying to sort of play devil's advocate, because that's what he was doing. He was doing the opposite. He's a European. He was coming at it from the American side, and I kind of want to offer the counterpoint, and I want to offer some insight that he didn't have. He was, at one point they were talking about how so many of the citizens of America are armed, and I wanted to sort of clarify that, because it goes into how many guns that every person has on average. But the problem is a lot of people don't have guns. It's concentrated in certain individuals, and a lot of those guns I don't think are like military or even fighting guns. Like, some of them guns are just antiques, or they're meant to look at, not to use. Or some of them are for hunting, and typically not necessarily going to be good. They're probably going to be better than, like, if you had a 22 caliber, snub nose pistol or something like that. That's going to do nothing. It's definitely something that a mugger could use, but it's not going to be something that you could fight with a militia. Pun! Yes, pun. Ah, dang it. Hey, okay, I finally fixed my username. What's up, Waffle Noodle Pepper? How you doing? I was just saying nude Waffle Pepper. Wait, no, hang on. Also, got to take into account that a lot of those numbers are registered. That's true. That is a great point. There was the person didn't react. He didn't react to a few things that I would have reacted to in the video. That's another thing I want to like add a layer into, is I want to bring out some of the things that they mentioned that he didn't talk about. So I think that would be cool. But let's continue. All right, I got this big old thing of balloons. What was this? Mixing glass. Oh! Okay, I got this. This is kind of a cool little bowl that I got from one of the places in Islands of Adventure that sells like mystical looking artifacts and stuff like that. It's actually where I got the leather wand holster. And this is sort of like, it's like a Greek urn. I got it because we were gonna do a Greek D&D themed adventure in D&D with the Guild of Flask at some point, but we never end up getting that far. So now I have a Greek urn, or bowl, Greek-ish bowl. He also didn't take into account a lot of guerrilla tactics that both sides would take. Well, that is actually something that. So have you watched that video? Because yeah, he kind of mentioned it, but he didn't really talk too much about it. Alucard, welcome to the party. Oh, cool. I'm glad. Then we'll be able to talk about that. I have some long things to put in here. I'll be on a second. Probably gonna get a little dusty here. First of all, CJ. Oh, throw me this. Es esta. A Keyblade. Yes, it is Mickey's Keyblade. King Mickey's golden Keyblade. Oh my god, so much dust. This. Let's get rid of the other things first. This one's gonna be the last thing I want to look at. It's gonna be dusty, but it's also very long and hard to handle. Keyblade, yes. Remember, Drunky has a sneeze fit. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. What I need is like a spray bottle of water, because you spritz that in the air, it binds to the dust and it all falls to the ground. Look at my pants. You see that streak? That's all dust from the top of this thing. It is better than being in the air. So this is called the Red Guardian, I guess. I don't think it has anything to do with the Red Guardian in Marvel. But it's a sword I got a long time ago because I was a dumbass kid and bought a cool looking sword that has a wicked little curved point here, and the hilt is just like duct tape, basically. Disgusting. Yep. Yeah, this is a cool little sword I got. I like hitting things with it, especially cardboard boxes. Put that away. We're gonna put that in here. I'm gonna try to leave all the dust in this apartment. Woo. This is a smaller representation of. It's not a katana, but it is a Japanese style blade. I believe. It's a pretty short one. It's got some actually. I'll be completely honest. I don't know if it's Japanese or Chinese writing on the side. I feel really bad admitting that, but it's this. It probably says this fucking idiot American who's holding this doesn't know how shit about swords. Probably what it says. Kanji. Okay, that is kanji. Okay, I knew it was gonna either be that or like I don't know, Cantonese or Mandarin or something. But I assumed it was Japanese because I'm pretty sure where I got it was like a Japanese sword website kind of thing. But yeah, this Keyblade, I actually got this from MegaCon a long time ago. It is definitely not something you want to hit things with because this is not it is made of essentially like PVC and foam. I try to keep that one from breaking, keep it more close to the top if I can. Things. Operating instructions for a soldering station. I forgot I had that. Yeah, I got a soldering station. There it is. This isn't my soldering station, but it's a little handheld vacuum cleaner. I've been missing this for a while. It's very useful. You know, I probably could have used it on the damn boxes, but I'm glad to find that. That's going to be very helpful since I got rid of my other vacuum cleaner here. I'm just gonna put this whole box in there. I don't know what else is in here, but let's take a quick peek. Sony camera thing. More. Camera. Oh, okay, camera covers. For the lenses and stuff that I got. Some trash that I can throw away probably. I gotta get out of here. Some like hang upable stuff where you can put something up on a wall and it'll hang there. My old KVM switch. Basically, you plug in some USB ports to 4 USB ports. You plug things in, you press a little button, you can send it to one computer or another. It stopped working though, which is weird that I still have it, and it's also weird that I'm still keeping it. But that's the kind of hoarder I am. The battery for the camera. So this is mostly camera stuff. This is good. This is good. I need this stuff, but it's good to have found it. All right. Now, here again. This is the Beetlejuice stuff. Yeah, Beetlejuice stuff. Stay on top. For now. Let's open this sword now. This sword was also supremely dusty. Essentially e-waste. Let's see. Ancient Japanese writing. Yes. Hey, Crash BRB. Okay, no worries. So technically you're right and right. Okay. Oh, I got you. I got you. I've been getting way too much into Yakuza. Nice. You don't want to open stuff. Got it. Like the heart of the world. Oh, I do want to open stuff. Like the dragon pulled me in. Yeah, I saw you playing that. Coda! Drunky, I'm sobbing. I found a shiny Salandit. Oh my god. Is it female or male? Because a female Salandit can turn into a Salamence, right? And they are fucking awesome. It was male. No! Ow! That sucks. Like poor Salandit, poor male Salandit. Total trash Pokemon. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Yeah, that sucks. It sucks, but oh man. Yeah, female only evolves. Dude, Salamence was one of my favorite Pokemon in not Salamence, Salazzle. Yeah, Salazzle. My bad. No, you actually said that. Okay, cool. I was gonna say Salamence is the dragon. But Salazzle is like one of my favorite Pokemon in all of Pokemon. And also Alolan Ninetales, Salazzle, and I think I had a bugged, or not a bugged, a hacked shiny Raichu, Alolan Raichu that I got through mystery gifting. And that was like my, if all else fails, use that. I didn't use it until I had to, but if all else fails, use that. We downloaded Overwatch so we can play with it. Yes, Alucard, awesome. Definitely. That's actually tragic. I'm so salty. Yeah, definitely. Damn! How's it going? Good to see you. Sparking here. Yay! I'm so pissed though. What happened? Oh yeah, definitely. Hey, Defuela! How are you doing? It's good to see you. Not only was it male, it was also a full odds shiny. I might have fucking add. What's a full odds shiny mean? What is full odds? I don't know what that means. In Scarlet, I didn't even know they had. I'm an Alolan. I played Pokemon Sun, I believe. I played Pokemon Sun. Alolan Ninetales is gorgeous. Not only gorgeous, but also super awesome. Like Alolan Ninetales, if it has not blizzard, hail, no. What is it? Snow warning. If it has snow warning on it, it is just so powerful. Like you come in to a battle, it has snow warning. It starts hailing. The enemies are taking damage. You're not taking damage. You've got fairy type moves. You've got ice type moves. You've got, I believe you've got what is the fairy type move where you can get is it like full moon or something like Moonblast. But there's a fairy type move where you can regenerate health, I think, right? Am I right? Am I wrong? No shiny charm or something. Oh wait, full odds means no edits to chances. Oh, I actually expected that. I assumed you were talking about, I don't know that, I didn't know there were edits for chances, and I also wouldn't think that if you edited the chances, I wouldn't think that it would be as awesome to get a shiny. React, yes, get it. 0 edits, no shiny charm. What's a shiny charm? Is that a thing in game? Moonlight. Oh wait, Moonlight is the one that you can heal yourself, right? Okay, so Moonlight, Moonblast, I think either Aurora Beam or Ice Beam, and I had one other that I can't remember what it was. Oh wait, does Alolan Ninetales have Snow Body, or was it Snow Warning? Because if they had snow body, I think I might have had snow body and hail as one of my moves. So I set up hail. I'm constantly healing. They're constantly taking damage, and I'm blasting them. Alucard, can I draw you birdies? Now the problem with the Alolan Ninetales is I think they take extra damage from fire, like a lot of extra damage from fire, but they are super effective against dragons. Like, oh my god, effective against dragons. I owe a thank you to whoever told me I can practice Overwatch against AI yesterday. It's been a game changer. I'm really glad that you found that. I honestly I don't really do that ever because I'm always trying to meet other people, but like that actually would be a great thing to do. There are things like outbreaks that increase the spawn rate. Oh, okay. Interesting. Shining Charm is gained whenever you complete the Pokedex. Oh, I didn't know that was I've never completed the Pokedex. I didn't know that was a thing. You can familiarize yourself with the perks. Oh, that's true. That's very true. Kira, are you sure can, lovely? What would Kira say? Here's a Alucard. Hey, can I draw you birds? Oh, yeah. Wait, what birds do you have again? I love that so much. Oh, I have returned. Hi. It's much easier to learn when the stakes aren't that high. That's true. Absolutely true. All right. Let me show you guys my coolest sword. Oh, CJ's got some bling going in. All right, so this sword actually has like a cloth sheath around its sheath. So I'm gonna take it out. So this, drop it up. Drop it.
Popping corn kernels.
What's popping corn kernels? Back in, they get upright. All right. So this, yeah, thank you, Jordan. I appreciate you. Is closer to an actual, I guess, what is it called again? This is closer to an actual word that I'm going to say as soon as you write it in. You need to try out Bucky now. Yes. Yellow side, green cheek, couture, and pineapple turquoise, conor. I don't know what that is. Sword. Yes, sword. But what are they called again? The Japanese long swords? Anawakashi. Katana. Yes, this is the closest I've got to a real katana. Bucky seems to counter such a counter to dive. Yeah, because he can both slow them down and he can grapple them back. Bucky, Namor, and Penny are probably like the ultimate dive counter combo. It's not very sharp. It's not actually a very sharp blade. It's fairly dull. But it definitely could. I was told the yor sound. Oh, conyor. Oh, conyor. Okay. Oh yeah, cool. But yeah, like if I hit myself too hard with this, it actually probably would draw blood. But it's not like sharp. Like I can touch it and not hurt myself. Yeah, this is my my katana. It is probably around probably around 3.5 feet long, maybe 4. If I were to hold it upright, that's right here. That's close to, that's probably 3.5 feet. Yeah, because it's just a little over. It's about 6 inches over half of me, and I'm 6. That's perfect. On defense katana, exactly.
I fell into a burning ring of fire, going down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire, the ring of fire.
Hey, dragon. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. Yeah, and a lot of times, if somebody mispronounces or misspells something, I'm not generally going to correct them. Like, unless they do it regularly, at which point I'll think, oh, maybe they just don't know. Let me help them. But I'm not going to correct somebody for mispronouncing, misspelling something, as long as everybody understands. If you say a word and everyone understands the intent of your word, come on, right? You're fine. If someone goes around correcting people, come on, leave them alone. Finally accepted. I have poor aim, and I picked Magic and Black Panther. Very fun here as a test out. Nice. Also, I'm gonna repost this comment because I think it got skimmed over. Yes, you're talking to a person who went through the grueling nature of completely finishing the moon decks for the sole reason of getting that godforsaken Chinese. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love conjures, conjures, and I haven't done a bird portrait, so it's time to expand my repertoire. Nice. That's gonna be cool. Misspelling. I don't know that educational instructor. I'm excited to see it. Yes, that'll be so cool, Kira. Why you use many letter when few letter do trick? Exactly. It's all about efficiency, right? I'm an engineer. We're all smart here. Reinhardt, 56 kills, 3 deaths, best character ever. Oh my god, you must have had a really badass team supporting you for that, because that's like a Reinhardt that just goes in ain't gonna get that on their own. This also has a pretty good handguard on the katana that's pretty intricate. Now obviously it's all made of like iron. I don't think this is actually made of steel, or if it is, it's definitely not like high quality steel. But it is a weapon that I don't believe this is like a made by a master or actually, you know, from a thing. But I will still treat it with respect, because it feels quality, and also I feel like there is some level of connection to the culture, even if it isn't like made by them. I wouldn't think that they would go, oh, that's a bastardization of our culture, you should not give it respect, you know? Nope. Both my scores were 3K ish healing. Wow. Were you playing against bots or still to help recording tonight? Ooh, recording. So guys, if you want to hang out while I'm here, let me get rid of this. If you want to hang out while I'm doing some packing and then reacting, but if you want to actually play Overwatch and take orders from Listen to Doom, who's going to be capturing some footage, that would be really helpful for our shorts. And if you are in our shorts and you let me know what your YouTube and Instagram names are, and TikTok if you have them, I will put you in the description. I'll shout you out, say, hey, this was made possible with featuring these names. It'll be like Mr. Jordan, Doom the Senpai, Twiggy, Coda, you know, and anybody who's there. IR Smart, exactly. IR Baboon. Were y'all killing the enemy before they had a chance to deal damage? Yeah, exactly. The ring. Oh no, I'm not gonna be reacting to Rings of Fire. I'm gonna be reacting to a European video about America. Hi, hey, what's up, Benefenzo? Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Nope, I use my brain and switch between my shield and myself for taking damage. Not bad. Okay, well done. Oh. Okay, cool. And we're all caught up on YouTube. Badass. Awesome. All right, let's continue. I wanna try to get as much of this as I can. Oh, okay. Name this blade, Mr. CJ, because CJ is one of the only people I think who would actually get this. It's actually a really good flashlight. I'm excited to have that. Name this blade. It's wood, but here, let me give you a better look. I know the Skyrim music is amazing. I think it's correct. I might be wrong. Maybe. Elven Dagger. Yeah, it looks like an Elven Dagger. I thought it was Sting, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I might be wrong. It doesn't have a sheath or anything. Hey DJ, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, Sting is the dagger that Bilbo found, or was given in Lord of the Rings when they found, I believe they found when they defeated the trolls. That's where they found Foehammer, the Sting, and the Mithril, right? Like, is that where they found the Mithril? I believe everything was found with the encounter with the trolls, right? The 3 trolls. I'm gonna join one of your Discord VCs. Okay. Doom and Mr. Jordan are gonna be in there recording footage in Overwatch if anyone wants to be in there as well and help them out. Let's get some more things. Some boxes for Sony stuff. This is more like I just want to have them because it has like information on them. stuff like that. Actually, I can put them in a bag. Let's put them in a bag. Ow. And what do you say about me, Drunk? Oh, I was saying if you wanted to join in to the recording of our shorts, then I will ask you for your YouTube and Instagram handles, so that if you're in the shorts, I can shout you out and say featuring these people, including, you know, anybody who's in there. If you wanted to do that, I just want to give you that opportunity. Wish me luck. First game of Overwatch in like 2 years. You got this, Alucard.
Pull the lever,
what?
Drunk.
What you say? Sorry, I disappeared. Oh, I was saying if you wanted to join into Doom the Senpai and Mr. Jarden are going to be in the chats as well in the hideout. If you want to join in and record any footage, you're more than welcome to. If not, if you're busy, no worries. Lava Cat, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Helping you to the row of 4K hours. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm at 3,840 hours. Last time I said 3,823 and I got 17 to go up to 40. I believe that it's like 3 days in arrears, so I should be getting another like 20 here soon from last stream. Because last stream there was a lot of people hanging out, so that was really awesome. I really appreciate that, Lolacat. Thank you very much. Boop. Get back over here so you guys can talk to each other. Oh, okay. So this, I have been sort of waiting on this. I didn't want to send, I don't know what Twitch's rules about showing a gun on stream are, but this is like my best / favorite gun. And I've been waiting on actually bringing it over just because I don't know. I just didn't have it. Yes. A CZ75. Hi, YouTube chat. We love you. Yes. If I wasn't sure that I was going to get banned, I would show it on stream. I actually feel like it shouldn't be a problem as long as I handle it properly and respectfully. But I also think that it probably shouldn't be just bandied around. Like I respect gun safety and I want to keep it as safe as possible. Like I know it's checked. I know it's cleared. I would have to check it and clear it just to make sure before I handle it. All the love to you, Lolacat. Yeah, the CZ75, I got it because it was essentially like one of the best handguns that the local gun shop had, and apparently it had just got in and I got it, and when I bought it, the people who work there, one of them came over and was like, whoa, wait a second, and I had already gotten it sold. He was like, no, man, he was getting mad at the guy behind. He was like, man, I was gonna get that like 3 days from now. I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't. He's like, no, it's fine. It's just it was. Yeah, all I have in terms of firearms is a Cobra 380. What's that? Marlin. Oh, Marlin. Dude, Marlin. That's a lever action 30-30, right? Like those, I've heard of those are good. Hashtag too slow. Exactly. A Guardian 12 gauge pump extra. So I have a I can't remember the brand, but it's an 870 shotgun. It's called an 870. It's a 12 gauge shotgun. I can't remember the brand. It's over in the other room. I got from my dad. I got a 38 caliber revolver that I don't really fuck with. And then I got two 22 caliber rifles. One is a service rifle where the entire rifle fits in the buttstock. Like the buttstock opens up and it's waterproof. It opens up. You can take out the rifling, the chamber, and you take out the barrel, and you actually insert the chamber into the buttstock, and you screw in a thing, and it connects, and then you can insert you screw in the barrel, and the whole thing is basically like it's meant to go in the backpack of an airman. so that if they land somewhere, they have probably around 60 to 80 shots of ammunition. They're really, really small. It's probably like this big for all four magazines. And it's a semi-automatic, but you only have a couple of shots. And it's meant for hunting. Like, it's meant for hunting small game if you're really out there. They are good. Yeah, lever action. And then I got a lever action 22, which I just wanted a lever action. No, it's not a Remington. It might be a Remington. Oh yeah. One of the persons. I thought you were gonna say you work at a gun store. Okay, yeah, he can order another one. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. 38 wheel gun. What's the 380 though? What's the the Cobra 380? What is that? I don't know what that is. 38 wheel gun. I like the idea, but the problem is I feel like a snub nose. I feel like a short barreled pistol is basically like I've fired it at a 10-meter range target, and the grouping was terrible. Like I would not trust that for safety in terms of like if I with the CZ, it was immaculate. Like, this thing is a heavy pistol, but it has like almost no recoil with the 9mm shots, and the grouping was great. And because if I'm at home, I actually have a special type of hollow point bullet that is designed to essentially, if it hits a wood or concrete or anything like hard structure, it just disintegrates. And it's meant basically for the least possible collateral damage. Because one of the things that you want to consider when if you have gun ownership for self-defense, one of the most important things to consider is safety. In terms the most important thing for guns ever is safety. But one of the most important things is you don't want to use this. This is where I have a relative who he had wad cutter rounds. Wad cutter rounds are essentially designed to tumble so that they show a better profile on paper, and they are also typically jacketed, which is the cheaper method of making a bullet. Jacketed meaning they are soft inside covered with a hard metal. The problem with jacketed rounds is even if they're cheap, they tend to go through things. So if you fire at something, you got to be careful of everything behind that something, including your neighbor's house. Like, that's the thing that a lot of people don't consider is if somebody has a firearm, wherever they're aiming, that has a liability of going farther than you expect. So I opted to get the more expensive but much more safe hollow point. Like, it was like a plastic tip something hollow point round that was basically like, it's designed to disintegrate on impact, so that it's not gonna, if I miss or if it goes through, it's not going to go any further than, like, it's gonna embed itself in my walls basically. But I have a family member. I need to take a nap. Get some sleep. I have a family member who basically gun rat. Like I was saying, am I allowed to help with the shorts? I don't think you'd want to, Bonnie. Some of the people who were involved in the shorts are not some of the people who were your fans. I don't think you want to. I was talking to Ghost for about 2 minutes. Nice. As Americans, we like guns. I think that we like what guns represent, which is the ability to protect ourselves and not rely on a state or a government to do the protecting. Because a lot of people in America, what defines a lot of Americans versus a lot of Europeans and Canadians and other people is we do not trust our government in the slightest. We don't trust any organization that it's like a corporation. You know how a lot of people don't like corporations? Well, think about the biggest corporation in the entire world. Would you trust it? That's the government. A lot of people don't trust them. So what they do is they say, I'm going to give you the taxes that you need, because you do a lot of things that we need. We need regulation. We need, no big businesses to come around and form monopolies. The government needs to be stronger than businesses in order to stop monopolies. The government needs to regulate trade, between borders, just because there's a lot of things that if they weren't regulating it, bought a bunch of weapons, drugs, and other things could come in that nobody knows about, and it could be used in bad ways. But whatever the case is, like, a lot of that stuff, we trust the government. We don't trust the government to protect us or to like, in a sense we do, because we have the army, but we don't trust it to police us, and we don't trust it to teach us. We don't trust it to regulate our food. because there's so much corruption and stuff like that. So a lot of times people want to be a lot more self-sufficient. And even with that, the Constitution has been proven to be flimsy shield. Oh shit. Let me get my mouse back. We still don't, which is why the Constitution exists. And that's why good lawyers and judges who will fight for absolute constitutional rights, even against their own better judgment, absolute constitutional rights, I think that is very important. Yeah, exactly. I like bacon and bacon wrapped accessories. Honestly, I'm into that. You need 10K doll hairs. No. I don't have that many dolls. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I have that. It's a combination of self-defense, but also mostly because appreciation of the machine. I think that it is a beautiful machine that I respect, and honestly, I can take it apart and really like get into the workings of it, and I really like how everything works together. I think it's really impressive. People need some WD-40 for their WD. All right. Let's continue. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's a lot of stuff that's going on over here. I got some boxes, but these boxes look empty. Yep, this box is empty. I'm gonna get rid of this box. This box, Elgato Stream Deck pedal. I
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Damn it! Huh? Why you do this? I think I might keep this because I do still have the pedal. I don't know. Do I really need this? As long as I keep it in like a bag or something, I probably don't need this. But I like the box. No! Honestly, same. I'm trying now to do my weekly challenges so I can get the XP boost from the battle pass and more XP. I'm not letting Overwatch dictate my habits. You always get another box, toss it. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right. This air duster box actually does have a lot of little parts and components. It's a little like computer keyboard air duster thing. I'm gonna keep that because it has a lot of components. I can put that in the same bag I had the other stuff in. And speaking of which, I don't know if I want to put it in the box. Oh gosh! I got these really cool Rode lapel mics. Like, these are super good. They were super expensive, but they're like super good, and I need to actually use them. But like if I'm ever out and about, using these are fantastic. I am keeping that box because it has a lot of information, including the warranty information on it. And this is the air duster. Ah, it works. Oh. USB wireless headphone mic. I think this is probably, do I even have the thing? I do have the thing. Okay, it actually still in there. So I'll keep it, but it's probably not as good. Like, this is probably not a great mic to hang on to. It's hearing me say that and going, oh, single tear down the side. How do I get this thing off? By pulling really hard. Got it. Okay, I have an idea. And that's to flip it over and do it this way. Nope. All right, we're dumping everything out. Dumping everything out, putting this in, and then we're shoving everything else back in. There we go. Perfect.
Cool, cool. Stay in the hole. There you go. Gotta keep it slipped in. There's the charger. Ah, perfect. Perfect. You get in there. There we go. Perfect. Perfection. Exactly. Alucard, I got my ass handed to me on a rusty player. No, rusty platter. To be fair, they put me in tank, which I'm potato at. Alucard, try the first of all, try the practice room. Second of all, try the practice versus AI. You'll be able to fight versus AI players that are a little bit more forgiving in terms of your ability to fight them. Make sure you do the easy mode though, because the hard mode AI, they ain't nothing to sneeze at. What is this? Ow! Ah! I wondered where that went. I just found like, God, if each one, hang on, I gotta count this out because I just found something that's very interesting. It's a bunch of ammo. Ah, it's so fucking heavy. Okay, this one box is like really goddamn heavy. It's 50 cartridges, so 50 rounds of 9mm ammo. And there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 12 more boxes in there, plus this one. Whew! Not gonna lie, I just realized I'm like a legendary Pokemon show. Rarely, but I'll be dropping some good words of wisdom. Yeah! I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. 23 elos while I was being bullied by a sweaty Genji. Yeah. Working with other people is very important in Overwatch 2 because in Overwatch 2, you lose one person, especially if you lose your tank or one of your supports, you're kind of screwed. So making sure that you're check the ammo if you haven't looked at it in a while, see if there's any deterioration. There shouldn't be. I've actually I researched that just in case because I have a tendency to you know not do things a lot. But it all seems good. This is definitely target ammo. This is actually not even legal at a lot of gun ranges, because a lot of gun ranges have no steel ammo. This is steel ammo. This is why I got it so inexpensive, because I bought this during the I think after 2020, 2021, 2021, when you know everything was going crazy. The price of ammo was so high. So I actually bought this. It's made in Russia. It's steel ammo. This is it's steel case, non-corrosive. These things oh yeah, no, if anyone ever comes visit me, one of my first things I want to offer is say, hey, would you like to go to the range with me? I'd love to show you. It's also super dirty. No, these aren't dirty. Oh, as in like not for good for your gun. Exactly. Yes, absolutely. Make sure you clean your PV. Yep. They have the Galaxy and Jade weapons. Why do they waste my points on gold? It's also different points though. I think it's different points. You have to earn new points to get that stuff. Yes, so if anyone ever comes and visits me, I've got a 870 12 gauge shotgun, which I love to share because a lot of people, if they have never, even if they've fired a gun, most people have only fired handguns. And so this is like a full on, you know, shoulder kick. Oh. And then I've also got, now I've got two 22s. Remington, it might be a Remington. I gotta check. I don't think it's a Remington. Mossberg, it's a Mossberg. That's it, Mossberg. It's not a Remington. Hashtag buff Reinhardt, exactly. So we're gonna bring this, but this I gotta be careful because a lot of places, yeah, there's, oh god, there's 10 times 50, 550 rounds of ammo in this box. Woof. I think I'm bringing that separately. I'm bringing that separately. I don't think I'm trusting that to this box. Yeah. Give our boy some love and Blizzard. Have you ever fired a mag? No, I haven't. I've only fired I have some regular 12 gauge shells that are pretty normal. Got this spotlight. I don't think it turns on because I have to charge it up, but I don't have a plug that actually reaches it. Get this weird blowgun plastic thing. I think it was part of like a shelving thing that just came apart, and now I just have this plastic tube. blow through. I like blowing. Have you ever fired? No, I haven't. You have the upgraded version of my Mossy 500. Oh, cool. I don't know much about it, but it's a very reliable. It was like $180 because it's basically a tube of metal with the only thing that's like expensive and complicated is the feeding mechanism and the firing pin. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Tweety. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. Crazy.
You're crazy.
Ah. All right, I'm just getting a bunch of wires that I found over here. Seeing if I can put them somewhere. Steel series, connector, a couple of DVIs. No, DVI, VGA. No, this is the DVIs. Yeah, do a couple of the DVIs. And I think just an extender for a mouse. Highway to the danger zone. I got a bunch of power bricks over here, just because I like getting savings, and I had these power bricks that I got on Black Friday, and they're good as hell. I think I've never opened them. I've got them. Bunch of power bricks. And a flask. I just threw down a little flask. I'm just throwing everything and anything at this point. This is all trash. This is a little wire thing that a friend of mine made a headset or a headdress thing where this goes on top of your head, and on top of that he put like the green diamond of the Sims, so he could wear a Sims diamond over his head, and that was his cosplay at MegaCon. But he took it a little too far, and he dressed in only a bathing suit with walking around with a sign that says, "I blame you, specifically you, fuck you." And he ended up getting in trouble with the security because a lot of people were complaining that there were a bunch of kids running around, and it was a little. Oh, hi, J-Worm! Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. Useful when you live in a hurricane state. Oh, was that the flask? Missed that. A stream just vanished from me. What the fuck, Twitch? Are you okay? Are we still live? Seem to be live. Power bricks. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm gonna plug all of them into my house and run it for like 20 minutes. All right. I got a bunch of tea in here. I got a bunch of tea, like not the kind of tea that you talk about when they're spill the tea. No, not that tea. Pez. Oh, I got some Pez. Some Mario style Pez. I'll throw that in there. It's got orange, grape, and lemon. I like lemon. I'm okay with orange. I don't like grape. Anyone else wants grape, you can have it. All right, I got this, which is something from Ken. Okay. That one all over the place. 5 pounds of tea. No. I actually, it's only a small amount, but I actually got it from China. It's called Puah tea, P-U-A-H. And I got another tea. I don't know if it was jasmine, but it was like it was aged. And by that, I mean, they were actually these very, very small dehydrated bricks that had been aged for a very, very long time. And the way that you consume them is you first pour water over them to rehydrate them. You have to clean them. Essentially, you wash them with the water. You pour water over them. It gets any dust or anything else off of them. And then you throw that water out, and then you can steep it like 3 to 5 times because it's very, very strong. And what you do is you steep it for a very short amount of time. The next time slightly longer, next time slightly longer, and eventually you get to the point where it steeps it and really it's not enough. So, but it's very, very strong, powerful tea. I want to be able to swim in tea. I have a pool and I have a lot of tea. I could actually arrange that. Interesting. I like my tea swimmable. How do you want your tea? An Olympic pool. And room temperature, or at least slightly warm, not scalding. Ken got me these, even though I don't need them. I think it's cute. It's a little chopstick helper. It's a panda with you can use it to hold your chopsticks, and it's just a little panda. What is this? Is this gonna be? This is gonna be. I think. Oh. God damn it! Bye. Sharing my secrets, Chris. This is gonna be a clip-on lapel mic, I believe. Yes, it is, and it is absolutely a good one too. I just hey Ruby, how are you doing? Look at Discord. Okay, I'll check out Discord. Ruby Flame, welcome to the party. How are you doing? Ow. That messed up my knee a little bit. I shouldn't do that. Oh boy, I'm getting a lot of notifications. Photography, Twitch clips. There's a table with percentages. And instructions. I'm being called. No, thank you. Has some kitties. Aw. Instructions that are being used that I didn't show. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Memes and vids. Any given moment. Hello, Venture. Holy moly, it's Juice. What? Food pigs. It's Twiggy. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's cool. That's funny. Boom. Nobody was hurt. Good. All right, and then Sus Drunky. Wait, what? Part, and now I just have this plastic tube. Blow through. I like blowing. Have you ever fired? No, I haven't. I'm doing good, Ruby. I'm just coming off of a little bit of a scare from my job, but everything seems all good. Casually rolling a 1 and completely missing the shatter and going hit for 4. Oh my god. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Rocky Road, definitely, 100%. No question. Rocky Road. Maybe Moose Tracks after that, or some kind of peanut butter. But anything with peanut butter I like. But Rocky Road, absolutely. We'll turn that off for now, just in case Chris decides to get cute again. I love you, Chris. Chris is like, I'm in danger. I don't know why you were Australian in that moment. But what is in here? Cables. Lots of cables. And it's for the oh, this is for the switch box, the USB switch box. Is it that one? It is. Okay. I don't know why I have all these extra cables around here, but cool, I guess. Me? Yeah, I would. Hopefully the works here isn't too bad. Yeah, it's fine. Basically what happened was I went to, so if you didn't know, I work at Universal Studios. I went to the preview on Friday, and I was aware that no photos or video. And also I work on a lot of projects, and I'm very much in favor of the idea of, you know, keeping things under wrap that aren't meant to be publicly out there, and making sure that people have the best like experience when they get there, like no spoilers basically. So I put out a like, hey, I'm an engineer who works on a bunch of projects at Universal. Basically ask me anything, and if I'm allowed to answer, I will. And a lot of questions that came in I couldn't answer. I was like, yeah, that's not something I could talk about, but thank you for your interest, and also I hope that you enjoy Epic. But then there were some questions like, what is your favorite area of the park? I was like, that's a good question. Dark Universe. Dark Universe is awesome. The theme of it, the whole thing, I love it. I love the Halloween, you know, theme. I'm very much in favor of this, that, and the other. And it was all very like, a lot of people liked the perspective, just because like I see some of the behind the scenes stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this area I thought was going to be more narrow, but it was actually a lot more. It felt a lot like, oh, I went in a skeptic and I came out a believer. Like they really did a good job with this park. I'm very surprised. Just because of what I've seen on the blueprints, I didn't think it was going to look this good. But then I had my boss a couple hours later. I went home and I was like taking a shower, and I got out of shower. I got a message from my boss. She said, hey, this director guy who I know, but this director guy messaged me and said, tell Daniel to be careful. He's close to confidentiality. And I was like, ooh. That's scary, because if you break confidentiality, you can be terminated. Like that's just like it, like job terminated, no anything. So the all weekend I went in and deleted all my Twitter posts, and I posted another one saying, hey everybody, I appreciate all the attention and everything like that. I was told that some things were a little bit close, so I went ahead and made sure that I got rid of everything. But I appreciate the attention, and I hope you all enjoy Epic. It's gonna be great. And I came into work today. Now everybody works from home on Mondays and Fridays. I'm one of the few people who actually goes in, just because I like being there. So I went in, and I also need to bring stuff. I'm moving. Also, I just bought a house about 3.5 weeks ago, and I'm moving stuff over every single time I go to work. I'm moving like a couple of boxes. I don't want to get a U-Haul. Anyway, so I went in there, and my badge works. My desk was still there. No, my boss didn't mention anything, so everything seems to be fine. I am a busy boy. I sometimes take a moment and just sort of like try to figure out what the hell I'm doing with life, because there's a lot of things going on. I want to list them all in a second. But before that, tomorrow is the real day, because when I go into work, the director will be there too. If he comes in and gives me a talking to, that's the expected thing to happen. On the one spectrum, the bad end of the spectrum, the bad end, he could come in and say, hey, you breached confidentiality, where you need to log out, get out of your computer, grab as much of your stuff as you can, go home, we'll mail you the rest. The other end of the spectrum is he doesn't even say anything. He doesn't even come in. So it's possible. But so for busy boy aspects, so last year, my dad passed away. He passed in the end of February, and basically I took off a couple weeks in March to sort of grieve and figure out what's going on. But you didn't break confidentiality. I don't think so. My boss looked through it. The director looked through it. Everything seemed on the up and up. He said you were just getting close. Like if I had actually revealed any details, that would have been the problem. But everything that I was talking about was mostly like my perspective of, yes, I like this, or yes, I think this is good, or man, this thing these rides that are already public knowledge really blew my mind. You know, like those kinds of things. So everything should be fine. I should be fine tomorrow. We'll see. You got close to the line, but you learn from it and you won't have it again. It's not about learn from it and won't have it again. If I cross the line, that's it. If there was something that they interpret as me crossing the line, it's termination. So that's just like, I thought I was okay with not doing photos and videos. And I also thought that, you know, as long as I don't reveal anything, it should be fine. But doing social media was also frowned upon. I think that I don't know if it was specifically posted anywhere, but I'm pretty sure that it's like it was a touchy subject. So yeah, honestly, if they do it, it wouldn't be out of left field. So no real PR nightmare. It might have been an NDA thing. Yeah, and that's an NDA thing is terminatable. It's fireable. But whatever the case is, I just get back to what I was talking about earlier. So my dad passed a year ago. About 20 days ago, a year ago. And I've been sort of like managing, because he had a lot of things with his, like, he had a lot of stuff in his house. He had a house. He had a bunch of accounts and other things like that. So I spent a couple of months selling his house. It took a very long time because, unfortunately, and this is the sad reality, a lot of the things that you hold dear in your home are not valuable to anybody else. A lot of the things that he had in his house, a lot of the papers, a lot of the tools and toys and everything that he had, a lot of those were completely unusable or unsellable, like everything, and most things got thrown away. He had a couple of large pieces of furniture that were just, you know, they'd been in his hands for a long time. They got thrown away. We had a bunch of trophies. And this really hurt. A bunch of old baseball trophies from me and him, because he was a professional baseball player in AA. He wasn't in AAA. He was in the minors. He was in one major game one time, but it was a really cool story. But he never went further. But so he had a bunch of trophies. I had a bunch of trophies, and all of that got thrown away. So complete Yakuza collection. Nah, $110. Nice. Well, I hope that you enjoy it. Scared that you would do something. Yeah, it's possible that they were basically saying you got really close to the line, you didn't cross it, but you had to be careful. That might have been it. I mean, I'm going to. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, hey, if you enjoy it, I think that they're very quality games. With a lot, those games are very dense, very filled with content. There's so much to do in those. Sucks to hear. I hope you're doing okay. I appreciate that. But basically, yeah, just to skip past all that. Right now, I've got a couple of things I'm working on. I sold his home, and then I am working on. Was working on for about 4 months buying a house for myself. I was looking at trying to get a home that's closer to work. Long story short, I found one, and I'm moving into it. I got it about a little less than a month ago, and I'm actively moving into it. I've got furniture arriving this coming Thursday, so it'll actually be exactly 4 weeks since I closed on it is when I get the first pieces of furniture in there. I've got a standing desk coming that I will use to try to set up my stream, so that once I actually move my stream setup, I'll be able to do it in between streams, and I should have no downtime in streams. I know everyone says you can have downtime, and you should, but I'm fine. But I've got that. I'm moving over. I've got solar panels being installed. Thank you very much. Get the moving curse. I don't know what the moving curse is. I don't need to hear it. If I hear it, I might get it. But so I'm getting solar panels installed pretty soon, because I had an option of either fixing all my windows, replacing all my windows because they're all really old and out of date, and saving probably about $60 a month on electricity, or actually it would have been $80 a month, whatever. Or we're getting solar panels and saving 100% of my electricity bill, $300 a month. The solar panels were actually about half the price of fixing all the windows, so I went with the solar panels. So now I've got solar panels coming in soon. Yeah, CJ, you're gonna have a good time. Solar panels coming in soon. I've got the new furniture coming in. I've got other new construction. I've got a lot of projects to do with the house, but I'm slowing down because I initially planned to do everything, and I just cannot handle that. I've also got stream. I've got work. I've got a cruise coming up in at the beginning of May, where my intention is I'm going to be bringing some of my dad's ashes up to Alaska, and I'm going to scatter them in Alaska because he loved Alaska. He loved the frontier. He loved the beauty. He loved the cold. Yes, new bar. I am going to be making a new bar, and it's actually going to be a legitimate bar, not what I had here, which was essentially like a bar facade. It's going to be a real bar. Your panels when you get them. Yeah, will do. Yeah, definitely. It's better that you don't hear it. One of the cases where ignorance is potential bliss. Nice. Oh, that's nice to hear. Hope the trip to Alaska goes well. Thank you. And yeah, me too. I'm actually going. So I'm starting a new tradition. I'm going to try to travel with one or a few of my friends every time I go, because there's a lot of people out there who've never been on a cruise, and I want to get them on a cruise. Barry has never been on a cruise. DM Barry, Papa Zillion, my buddy from the Netherlands. He's never been, and I invited him, and he's coming. So he's gonna go on a cruise for the first time with me. I'm excited. And next time we'll get his whole family to come. His wife and kids are awesome, and I love them, and they've let me stay with anyway. So we're doing that. Then at the end of May, I'm going to TwitchCon over in Rotterdam. And I'm also going to try to stop through. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to Dublin. I want to go to Ireland and New Zealand at some point in my life, because I'm basically scattering my dad's ashes in 3 places: Alaska, Rotterdam, or Ireland, and New Zealand. Those are the 3 places that he really loved. Troy is going to be inviting me. Nice. You've never been on a cruise, CJ? I'm glad that you're going with Troy. That's going to be really good. But all this being said, one of the things that happened was my dad had a lot of investments, and he had a lot of retirement. And so now I'm trying to manage all of that as best as I can. One of the ways that I'm managing that is trying to make sure that as I pull from it and use it for things, I also want to replenish it. So I've made a couple of deals with some friends and some people I know who are starting businesses. So I've got a couple of investments that I'm working on. I've already started financially helping one of them, and I'm going to be financially helping the other one too. And I'm really hoping that those become viable. And if they do, that means that I'll have some more cash flow here, which will allow me to improve the amount of editing that goes on, because I can afford to pay the editors a lot more than they normally would get. I could potentially do raffles of bigger things, like potentially like PlayStations, Xboxes, things that are more substantial than merch items. New Zealand, you'll just be across the water from me. That would be so cool. Alucard, we need to get you over here. I know that flying from Australia or New Zealand area is really goddamn expensive. I know. I was talking to Sim about that for a long time, simulation. But yeah, if we ever get you over here, we're definitely exploring the parks. But like, basically, I want to get to a point where if somebody comes, like, I don't really live a super lavish lifestyle. I like Chipotle. I like, I got a car that I can charge from my house, so I don't have to pay for gas. Like, I don't really need a lot of money. What I would like to do is I would like to have money that I can use to help other people. Like, if somebody comes and visits me, I'll put them up in a hotel. If somebody comes and goes to a place, I can help out. I want them on for food. Yeah. I would like to get to the point where I could, if I get some cash flow coming in from YouTube, maybe even Twitch, I would love to have like a I don't know, commission, stipend, something that would be really nice. I've never been on a cruise either. Chris, we gotta go on a cruise, man. What are we waiting for? That's really cool. I'm glad to hear you're doing so much to help your friends, and you got friends that are willing to help you. Yeah, and like I said, you only need so much, right? But at the same time, I don't want to disrespect my dad's legacy by just frivolously burning it all and go, either doing something for me or even doing something for others. Like, if I went and bought 20 divided by 5, that would be 4. If I bought 400,000 subs, that'd be interesting, but it'd be a damn waste, wouldn't it? Like, I think that would be a little over the top. So trying to make sure that if I have a seed, I water it, plant it, it grows and bears fruit, and that fruit is what I can use to like, if I'm given an apple and I can plant that apple and that apple becomes a tree that gives me hundreds of apples, I can then give those apples away without
losing the original apple. But if I get an apple and someone gives me an apple and I cut it up and give it to, you know, give a slice of apple to 5 people and I eat one myself, I die because I'm allergic to apples. But beyond that, now, you know, 5 people have a slice of apple. If I plant it and 10 years later I have hundreds of apples, now I can give people apples freely, you know? You heard me, Chris. I am allergic to apples. I'm allergic to apples and cherries. Yes. EpiPen to prove it. Apples and cherries I'm less allergic to, but I'm still reactive to walnuts and pears and various things like that. But I still eat them because I freaking love pears and I like walnuts. But yeah. Yeah, Chris. That's what we're talking. I try to balance a line between transparent and oversharing. Yep. That's what we're talking. Speaking of which, Squirkins! Do you know what specifically causes the reactions? It's the pollen, it's the dust. Like if the apple has been peeled and boiled, I can then eat what's inside of it. It's the dust on, it's called ragweed dust. It's typically on those things, but for some reason, specifically apple and like there are pollen. It's the ragweed pollen. I also get very, very hyper allergic to certain types of oak pollen, or not oak. I don't know if it's oak, but it is a tree pollen, because up near my dad's house, up near my mom and dad's house up in Jacksonville, I get super allergenic all year round. Here, it's only during pollen season. Yeah. So here, these, each one of these holds like exactly 2 ounces. One of my plans one day was to fill these up with cocktails, like margarita or this, that, and the other. Fill them up, and then anytime we would take a shot, it'd be. I thought that would be funny. So isn't the food itself, but the pollen? Yeah. So basically, if the food itself is not cooked very well and peeled, like even if it's cooked, if the peels are still on there, the peels themselves will actually, like if they touch my throat, my throat will swell up. And as far as I've seen, it's not like an instant like I just balloon out. It's more of a, I get an itchy feeling, and then over time it gets tighter and tighter and tighter until I'm struggling to swallow water. You know, like I've never gotten too far into it because I don't like apples or cherries anyway, so I'm not really hurting that much. But if something has apple or cherry in it, I have to be careful.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
God damn it. How you doing? It's good to see you. Let's try to get a couple more things in here, but we're reaching our limit. I got a couple of postcards that I need to send, so I'll just leave those here. I'm actually pretty much emptied out. I've actually pretty much emptied out this shelving system that we got, so I might be able to disassemble it and bring it over as well. That'd be cool. I'll do that. I'll disassemble that later. And I want to do one last thing. I can see the reasoning behind that the pollen is embedded in the skin itself, and boiling doesn't guarantee the pollen itself gets removed. I think that's it. Yeah. Basically, if it's been peeled, I should be fine. If it's been peeled and cooked, I'm generally okay. Like an apple pie is generally fine. I also don't really like apple pie. I don't like apple stuff. So I'm an Android guy. So I guess the last thing I wanted to put in the people stuff, and we're already filled up to the brim, so might as well stick that in now. Poor chat's on the bottom of the pile here. There's a little like insect. I'm trying to suck it up.
I think I got it. Either apple juice, on the other hand, sticking in my veins. I like orange juice. I'm not an apple juice kind of guy. It's interesting because I have an adhesive allergy, but only get the reaction from the adult hospital patches. Interesting. I wonder if there's something that's in those. Like, normally adhesive doesn't, like, regular adhesive in everyday products typically doesn't have like a, this is going to be used on skin property. But hospital adhesive has the property that it's intended to be used on skin generally, which means that it's going to be a slightly different mixture, slightly different chemical composition that might contribute to the fact that it triggers your allergy. Hope you're doing well, Chloe. How are you doing? It's React, by the way. React is the name of the game, and also the extra scrap. Ilya. Ah! Ah! Yeah, I think we're good. How heavy is this thing? It's heavy, but not like gonna fall out from the bottom heavy, I think. So it should be fine. So I will bring this box away. And then the last thing I'd like to do is put all my coffee-based things in the duffel bag and get ready to bring that out to the car later on. All right. Can you guys not see the box? You can't see the box. Wow. It looks like I'm carrying nothing and just... Ah! All right. I think you guys can still hear me out here. At least in the kitchen you can. Oh, God. All right. Woo! Woo! Okay. Well, I didn't get all the way, but whatever. So I have a question. Anybody here who knows anything about coffee? If you put ground coffee into a plastic bag, why the hell does the bag get sticky on the outside? Apple juice. If I have a normal scotch tape on my finger for say 10 minutes, I get a little bit of a reaction. The few times I've been to the hospital, patches on immediately get rashes. I think there is something, I don't know what specifically it is. I never really did any further testing or gotten diagnosed. Yeah, and I associate with adhesive. That makes sense. It could also be like what I would advise, and this, like, I'm not a doctor obviously, but like if you were to take, and I'm just an engineer, so haha. If you were to take adhesive patches that normally give you a reaction and put on your skin, but upside down so that your skin is not actually touching the adhesive portion, see if it is the material that you are adhering. It's entirely possible that the material that you're adhering is what also has a reaction. Especially try, if you can get your hands on any hospital grade patches, try those. Not actually putting the adhesive on, but the other side, and just see if that gives you a reaction, because it's possible that might be a factor. You never know. So that's one option. The other option is to actually go and get diagnosed, and that's what they did with me. What they did was they took my blood and they used the blood. They took probably about a couple of small vials of blood, and they used that in, I believe it was like 30 different reaction tests that they have. And they tested it against certain things, and my blood reacted to certain things. They may have to do a poke test with you, where they basically put a thing over your back and just like do a little small scratch on the top of your skin,
just to see for a bunch of different materials, just to see which you react to the most, and then they can tell you. But that's something that the doctor. Why are you putting coffees in plastic bag? I store things. I don't know. What do you? Why not? Next time I go to the doctor, I will see if you do the experiment. Yeah, definitely give it a shot. Also, let them know, but just because they might be wondering what the hell you're doing. I'm gonna get my, there it is, duffel bag. Duffel bag. We're going to fill this with coffee stuff. First of all, box of Dunkin'. Oh goodness. This. I've got a weird bag with a weird tinfoil thing that tells me it's probably food, and it's probably very, very bad. Yep. Brownies from, I think, Christmas. It's not probably airtight. Are you sure? So, like, but why would, no. So the coffee in the bag is not sticky. It's the outside of the bag that's sticky. You have had the scratch test before, but it was invalid because I passed out on the control. Oh, geez. You shouldn't pass out from a scratch test. It's just supposed to vasovagal or cardioneurologic syncope. If anything gets under my skin, I tend to pass out. Wait, really? Wow, that sucks. The oils are sticky and are leaking, but I don't think it's leaking from the top of the bag. I think it's literally leaking out the side. And what do you mean by oils? I guess coffee, I guess technically stuff has oil in it, like coffee oil, but like it seems dehydrated. It seems dry. Throwing this away. But let's also get the here it is. Yeah. Oh! This is a box of Keurig cups, K-cups. Bring those over. Let's see real quick. What's the do they have expiration date on them? Recyclable pods. Okay, I definitely care about that. Best by September 2nd, 2021. You're fine. Sucks. My whole life. Not my whole life. I passed out at least once a year. Aye. That's what makes coffee. The oils in the dried coffee beans. I got you. If it's instant coffee, it should be freeze dried. So why is it sticky? Ads? Ew. We love you. Hopefully they. Oh, Chris! Oh my God! What are you? $400,000 subs. Remember, Chris, you don't have to do that. Big on ads. Oh gosh, Chris, you crazy man. All right, next we've got Dunkin' original blend. Let's see. Does it have a Best Buy? Oh, it's covered in dust. Hang on. Yeah, Chris is crazy. You have pudding. Ooh, how were the subs? CJ. Yeah. Vincent! Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. I mean, it smells good. I don't necessarily like coffee, but I like the smell of it. The
Let's see if it has any like Best Buy date anywhere. I'm getting a pho tonight. I'm getting of pho tonight. Do you want to try one of the battle? Oh yeah. I'm getting off for the night. Right. Yeah. Got you. Try this. Gift it. Quickie. And we got some bling. You haven't been friends long enough. Let me refresh this because maybe it doesn't see. Twiggy. You haven't been friends long enough. It's still let's try tomorrow. I'm sorry, buddy, but yeah, it's giving me the old you haven't been friends long enough dealio. And you got some scrap. Nice. Hot stickers. Ooh. Anyways, about this coffee, is the stickiness just on specific parts of the bag or is it all over? Let's check. I will check, but it is, I believe it's all over. You're making caramel coffee now? Oh, that sounds good. A little too fast for my own good. Nice. Lish. I actually had a caramel ground coffee bag from Starbucks. I've had it for a few years. I just love the smell of it. That's one of the reasons why I keep coffee around. It is great. Let's see. Make pot stickers. Nice. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Twiggy. You have a go, man. If it's Battle.net, you have to be friends for 3 days. Yeah, but I think we were friends. We met, or we friended on Friday. On Friday, around this time is when we became friends. A little bit earlier than this, actually. Because we played probably around 7 or 8 games, I think. So it was probably around 7. So it's been 3 days, but maybe it just has to register. There's moisture in the air that makes the bag stick. We'll talk about that in a second. Oh, wait, does this say drunk rat? No, it says Duncan. Damn it, I thought it said drunk rat. All right, best if used by August 22nd, 2021. It's fine. Okay, that's good. If it's all over, I think the bag may have been stuffed in something. No. So I know for a fact that I put it in this bag. So here's what happened. I was given a big bag of Hawaiian, like really nice coffee, King Kalua coffee or something like that. Kalua? Anyway, I was given that. I had some of it, and then to keep it airtight, I put it into a Ziploc bag and zipped it up. And then every now and again, I took a little bit out and used it, and then I zipped it back up. And now that Ziploc bag I put on the very top shelf of a large metal rack that I have. Now, if I touch it, the whole bag is super sticky on the outside of the bag. The inside of the bag seems fine. The outside is sticky. I don't know. Let me go get it. Yeah. Get it. So I had a bottle of Cointreau next to it, and it was stuck so hard that I couldn't pick it up without picking up the Cointreau too. So I ended up taking both. Yeah, the whole bag is sticky. And if I open it up, did you vacuum out the bag every time? Oh, hell no. I'm not that smart. But yeah, all of the grains seem like coffee, and they're dry. Like the actual dust, the coffee dust inside is dry. And I did press it, like I didn't vacuum it out, but I pressed it down and so there's minimal air in there. There's still air, but there's minimal air. So yeah, the whole bag is super sticky except for anywhere that's not touching coffee. Like up here, not sticky. Up here is not sticky. Down here is very sticky. I think it's fine. Doesn't need to be wet. Yeah, I don't think it's wet, so it's fine. Grease in the air from cookie. No, this is out in the living room.
So yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. I don't drink much coffee, so this will be for my guests. If you're ever over, if you'd like a cup of coffee, I got plenty. Ah! Stuck to my hand, it's gross! Kill it with fire! Okay, beyond that, I've got a couple of Orgain. I don't know what that means, but it's Orgain. It's I think it's like a keto protein powder thing. Oh, collagen protein powder. Which is these. And these are actually sealed because I got them and then never used them. Expiration date 04/02/22. Okay, these are actually like a year better than the coffee. They're definitely. This one's been opened and it seems partially empty, but it's what it looks like. Sticky in the areas of the coffee. It seems like the beans are leaking through the bag. I would think so. Smells fine. Smells a little musty, but all in all, probably fine. And then we got West MCT oil, which is powdered medium chain triglycerides, which are great for keto. Let's see what this one said. Oh, it's super dusty on top. Best by 05/20, so 20th of May, 2017. For the next couple weeks, I think we have our suspects. I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy talk. All right. Absolutely no mold. No, nothing. This is totally fine. Medium chain triglycerides are basically fats. And you know what we preserve things with? Fat. There you go. Boom. I'll show you something sticky. Just wipe it off and you'll be fine. Doesn't need to be wet. Just wipe it off. You'll be fine. Exactly. Thank you. I like it. I like it. So sticking the areas of coffee. Yeah, definitely. I've also got these focus things. They're the what is it called? Strawberry daiquiri. It's some kind of esports powder, gamer powder, whatever the fuck. I don't know. I actually have a sponsorship with them. If you buy through me, I get some kind of percentage. I don't talk about it because I don't believe in it. And I don't want to try to convince people to buy something just because it benefits me. Advanced GG. That's it. If you exclamation point, I have a command for it. We're not gonna talk about it. I actually, yeah, I probably shouldn't be sponsored by anything because I pretty much only want, I will never try to, and you guys can clip me on this, and if I ever break this, shame on you, Drunky. Shame on you. But I will never be sponsored by something that I don't believe in. If I believe in the product and I use it myself, I'll talk about it, sure. But if I don't believe in it, if I don't think that it genuinely is a good thing, I'm not going to try to sell someone on it because I know that if there are people out there who take what I say seriously, and I don't want to abuse that. So as long as there's no physical mold, I guess it will be fine. I'm no food expert. It's fine. Is that the containers for honey will expire before the honey itself? Exactly 100%. This is trash. I'm throwing this away. I don't trust this as much as I trust coffee. Trash. This is trash. This is interesting because this, okay, Truvia is a sweetener. It's a fake sweetener, chemical sweetener thing. I don't know why I still have this. It's an old used K-cup. Get rid of that. Oh, this is all trash. Never mind. This is all trash. Never mind. I already used it all. Okay, cool. That's good. Good to know. Get rid of the trash. And then the last coffee related thing, just getting all the dust off the thing. This is organic peanut butter powder. This is peanut butter powder, dehydrated peanut butter. It is uses for delicious low-fat peanut butter. Combine 2 teaspoons of this with 1.5 teaspoons of water. Stir until smooth. Use as a drip for apples, celery, and pretzels. Mix into breads, pancakes, or waffles to make great peanut butter flavor. Toss in a few spoonfuls into smoothies or shakes for a tasty protein boost. Store dry product in a cool, dark place. Once prepared, immediately consume. Best if used by. Best if used by. Best if used by. Best if used by. 03/02/2022. Okay, this is definitely good. This is definitely good. It's like a year better than all the coffee, which is already good. Drunky. Oh yeah, we got rid of the trash. You got any MREs that you can mail me? I actually think I have some MREs. If I don't have any MREs, I at least have a couple of these buckets of like vacuum sealed food that is like the 25-year. Basically, they're these little buckets of food that have like 40 meals in them, and you can put them into the back of a closet and store them for 25 years. And if you ever run out of power, or you're stuck in a hurricane or something like that, and you can't leave, and you can't get any food, then you can sustain yourself for a while. I mean, that is a joke. I'm assuming you can mail MREs. You could probably buy MREs in the mail. I would not be surprised at all if Drunky has a full pantry of MREs from the early 2000s. Not from the early 2000s. I got them probably in 2021 or 2022. But I have a lot of crap. I don't know what happened there. Void goes one looking for scraps. Search and search. Oh, attempting to reconnect. Did we disconnect? Are we still live? Did the bot die? As stupid as it sounds, MREs might be a good diet plan too. Well, maybe. Okay, so those would still be good. I know that for a fact. Everything's technically fine as long as it's not moldy. Like I threw out an entire box of strawberries the other day because there was a lot of mold. My bot just freaked out. It had disconnecting, reconnecting, disconnecting, reconnecting. Your scheduled backup will now be made. Reconnecting your back. Oh, it was backing up. Okay, I get it. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty much all of the coffee stuff. I did want to bring my coffee maker, which is a small K-cup like coffee Keurig maker. It's like not a Keurig because Keurigs are fucking expensive, but it is a coffee maker that uses K-cup. I'll also grab my tea. I've got 2 different types of tea that I got from China when I was there in 2018, and these are like ancient not ancient tea. They're the way that they're made is they are dehydrated and preserved so well that they're basically just these little bricks that you have to clean off first. But once you've cleaned them off and steeped them, they're basically, they can be preserved forever. So these ones, it says Best Buy 2021. These are definitely. That's a joke, by the way. Let's bring this out and go to the kitchen, because I think in the kitchen I have some more tea that I'd like to show you. No, silly bot, I know, right? They're not as fattening as other food, don't go really bad, and are honestly unique. I think that if you're going to eat something like that, though, you also could do well with basically just like ration bars, like a ration bar that basically just has 500 calories. You eat 2 to 3 of those a day. You do your exercises of like that you can survive on 1,000 calories. It's not recommended to do it for a long time, but you can survive on that. That's like in a survival situation, and as long as you're active and stuff like that, I think like this is all opinions. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Just keep that in mind. Drunky, I need to know, do you know what hardtack is? I actually just learned what that is. I've always like heard about it in relation to like pirates and shipfarers, people who are on ship, like how they eat food. It's basically unleavened bread that is cooked in such a way that it is made incredibly dry and rock-like so that it is preserved and will not get like no insects or parasites or anything will get into it. It won't attract, you know, mildew or anything like that. And when you were given like 8 bricks of them a day to survive, along with other things. Yeah. I just figured. So I've always known that it exists. I've never really known what it was. I've always just figured it for what's called a sea biscuit, you know, but that's essentially what it is. But it's sounds utterly despicable, but it also is enough to survive on. So not as any. Do you know what hardtack is? So yeah, so when I say I now know what it is, I've actually seen what it is like to make it and what it looks like at the end. I saw a short the other day because I was looking up things about pirates and sailing. I like looking things up. Shut up. Hey, welcome to the party. How you doing, Star Butter? How's it going? What up, Drunk Rat? Hope your day has been well. It has been well. I got an odd message that says possible ban evader monitoring. Okay, Twitch, you do your thing. Whatever. Yeah. C'est la vie. Pretty close. You can make it with literally any, literally just flour. Exactly. 30 meal storage pack of homemade hardtack. That's cool as hell. So it's just flour. It's like flour. Isn't it like flour and a little bit of water and like cooked at a low temperature for a long time? Like that's how people make it. It makes it very dry in such a way that like all of the water boils out of it as it's being made, and it's just like this brick of cooked powder, or of cooked flour, essentially. Dang, just looked up MREs. They are mad expensive, I imagine. Yeah, because they're also, like you said, they're incredibly durable. What I would recommend is if you ever want to get something that will last for a long time, you get some of those like emergency food buckets or whatever that are like 25-year duration, where they're probably like, I want to say $40 for 40 meals. We'll check when I go out to the kitchen. Wanted to ask, since you have the hand cam, but is it okay to have your arm mostly off the table, or do you want to use do you usually want most of it on? Kind of experience with PC gaming. This is not actually for hand like showing. This isn't for me showing my skill. I'm really bad. So what I'll typically do, this is about as far as my hand normally goes. I don't really use this. Like, I know that there's a lot of people who are very skilled. They will have like this whole area dedicated, to their hand. I don't do that. I'm not that skilled. I just have this, you know. But yeah, PC gaming. I think that there's also here. Let me turn this back on. So this is something I like to use. It's called a Razer Tartarus. It's essentially a gamepad. It's just a half of a keyboard that I can use to do all the things, and use this to like hit the space bar, jump, and stuff like that. It makes it a little bit easier to interact with the keyboard than an actual keyboard. Pretty close. I forget the ratio, but it is water, flour, optional spices mixed together. You bake in the oven for almost an hour or two until they are as hard as a brick. Then you let them air dry. Nice. Sounds helpful. I'm glad. You have the recipe. Nice. All right, let's go over to the kitchen. Ace, what's up? We're going to go over to the kitchen, and I want to get some tea from there. Why is the kitchen so fuzzy? That's weird. We'll get the tea from there, and then I think I'll be done with packing, and we'll do a little bit of reaction. I also want to I have 2 dumbbells that are 20 pounds each. I want to put those into a backpack and bring those over to the house too, because there's a lot of time that I spend over in that other house that I'm really not doing anything. After I've already unpacked everything, I pretty much just am there, and I just mess around with my phone. So if I have those dumbbells, I can actually do some, oh yeah, also, I hope that cleared it up. if I have those dumbbells, I can actually do some exercises and try to get a little bit in better shape. I've been trying to work on that. I got some steak that I need to cook here soon. It had the sell by listed as the 19th, and it's already, I think, like the 17th, so I need to get on to cooking that. I just need some extra butter and garlic, and I'll be able to make the steaks. I'm trying to be a little bit more less carb consumption and more protein consumption, as well as being a little bit more active. So I've been looking into getting a sledgehammer, like just to do the upper body, stuff, because I would love to get with the hair and maybe grow out my beard a little bit and do some Viking cosplay. That would be badass. Okay, T. Nope, not up there. Here it is. So yeah, this is I forget what type of tea this is. It's jasmine tea. It's just jasmine tea. Nice. And this is the Pua tea. Yes, this is Pua tea. And it was $56 to get this. And this was back in 2022, so that was a lot less expensive back then. Or it was a lot more expensive back then. Alright, so I got my tea. There's a couple other things that are important for the tea process, if I can find them. I have a cup and a steeper that I used, I believe. Oh yeah, I got some cinnamon and sugar mixed together to make churros. Malted milk, great for shakes. Some dried bay leaves. Okay. Baking soda, sugar. Where's my steeper? Buttermilk cornmeal mix. Oh, that I can make some corn biscuits or corn. I love cornbread. I don't know where my steeper went. Trivia. That'll be useful. I could use some sweetener where I'm going. Where we're going, we don't need sweetener. Lies. Ah, here it is. So this. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. I need to clean it out. But this is my steeper and my collapsible teacup. So this is, I'm excited. I could actually make some tea over at the other place. Oh my god. So excited. I wonder if I should bring this over. That was actually really close. I shouldn't do that. Streamer loses an eye on stream. Audience laughs. Ring of Fire played.
Tea sounds good. I want tea now. Wow, it's more fuzzy. Oh no, wait, was it really more fuzzy? I found the recipes: 3 cups of water, 1 teaspoon of seasoning, and 1 cup of freezing water. Wait, to make the dough? 3 cups of water, 1 cup of freezing water, and 1 teaspoon of seasoning. But what about the flour? Or was it flour? Did you mean flour? If you would like, Drunky, I can send you the recipe for hardtack. That would be cool to make. That would be really cool to make. I have a bunch of flour. Tea sounds good. I want tea now. Cornbread, yummy. I love cornbread. The problem is a lot of places that make cornbread also make it with corn pieces in it. And ugh, I hate corn. I'm weird. I love everything made of corn. I hate corn. Can't do it. I don't know what exactly. Yeah, exactly. Freezing water, you mean ice? Yeah, it's 3 cups flour. Right. Okay, cool. There we go. That makes sense. Welcome to the party, Ace. How are you doing? Good to see you. No, you're good. So that's where most of the time, if someone types something out incorrectly, as long as I understand it, I'll just read it out the way they meant.
But if I am confused because 3 cups water, I was like, oh, maybe it's water. Oh, 1 cup freezing water. Okay. So that helped. Basically slow cook all the moisture out to prevent it from getting moldy. Exactly. Comes from the age of sail. Exactly. And that's where I learned it from, was researching pirates and other things. Let's bring us back to here. And we are going to new incognito window. Now we're gonna react. We're going to react. European Reacts. European Wax Center. Wait, what? React. USA versus world. I wanted to share this with you guys. Yeah, here we go.
Hypothetically, what would
Okay.
happen if America found itself in a
Is this really, really loud to you guys, or is it like okay? Well, maybe make loads. Would make loads of them on board. Yeah. I bet. The big thing to note with hardtack though is do not cross contaminate. It ruins the hardtack's longevity. You say do not cross contaminate. What do you mean cross contaminate? Contaminate it with what? The age of sail. A little loud. Okay, cool.
conflict against the entire rest of the world, would the country still have the power to achieve victory, or would it be worn down and defeated?
A little better.
Today we'll
my friends, I don't.
Okay, so we're gonna watch this. This is European Reacts, and I just watched this a little earlier. It came up on my feed, and I thought that it was shit. No, I didn't think it was shit. I lost my panda. I thought that it was he had an interesting perspective. He was basically coming at this from the perspective of European, learning about America and learning about like what America has in terms of like its overall capabilities. And a lot of this most Americans probably don't know. In terms of like where we have bases located, what kind of firepower we have, this, that, and the other, and what would it be like to be invaded by another country, and how would that go? So I thought this was very interesting, and also some of his observations about America were more along the lines of a speculation, and I can actually answer some questions. So this would be interesting. This is going to be a bit Inception-y. I know. But so he's going to come at this. He says he's like, I'm Team America. I like America, but I'm going to play devil's advocate on this. And I'm going to also do the same, where I would like to sort of come at this in a logical standpoint, where this is not me going, USA, USA. It's more of a, I want to answer questions that he asks. You know, Team UK, I get that. So UK, even though you're not part of the European Union, you are still part of the continent of Europe, correct? In the same way that, you know, I think Russia is actually in the continent of Europe. So say you have a measuring cup of water. Do not use the same measuring cup to scoop the flour. Even if you dry the measuring cup, it would still be cross contamination. I got it. Or NATO. Yeah. True.
I don't know about this one. America versus the
entire rest of the world. Would the country still have the power to achieve victory, or would it be worn down and defeated? Today we'll
my friends, I don't know about this one. America versus the entire world. Who do you guys think would win? Be honest with me, because you have China, Europe, Russia, India versus America. You know, I know America is very strong, my friends, but I'm not sure about this one. Leave me a like if you think America can win. The United.
So that was all preview. Like, this is actually going to come up in like 2 minutes. He's going to say all the same things. The whole leave me a like if you think this, leave me a like if you think that, put a comment if you do that. It's a clever way of saying smash that like button, do this, that, and the other. It's something that everybody does, and I think the problem is it's kind of like how I spam out whenever I'm in a game my link to Twitch and everything, because I know that it's bad. I know that it's frowned upon. It is not socially acceptable, and yet I do it anyway because it results in me meeting new friends. Now, it would be the same with these. Like, I don't want to do that, and I probably won't do that for a long time until it just turns out that I cannot succeed on YouTube without doing that. But I'm gonna try not to ever. Sounds Eastern Europe. I believe so. Yeah. With the recipe we have, as long as hardtack it doesn't get wet, even a drop, it can last open air for literally years. Yep. Yep, that's the cool thing about it.
It states
Same thing about lard, actually. Lard, rendering lard out of pig fat or rendering lard out of fat, is a fantastic way to preserve things for much longer than they could have been preserved. And that's kind of I like that mentality of like actually using the older fashioned techniques to like people. Tradition and progression are both important in measures. Tradition is important because there are things that were done for a reason that a lot of people nowadays don't remember the reason. We just know that we do them. So some people are like, why do we do that anymore? Let's just do other things. There's a reason. In the same way that there's a reason why we use penicillin and stuff like that. We learned it. So, okay. That's what I heard too. Yeah, lard and hardtack. Yum, exactly. Okay, here we go.
Versus the world, and the
Yes,
question is who would win? My friends, I'm super excited for this one.
I've already seen this, so I've seen like the conclusions that come with. Honestly, if I were to think of this before, if I were to try to go back to the way I thought at the beginning, I would say that like obviously they're gonna go through this right away. You got to take out nuclear weapons, because if you have nuclear weapons, everybody loses. It doesn't matter who starts it, who wins, who loses. Everybody loses. Because I think the combined nuclear power of Russia, China, and India, and potentially other countries, but I don't think many countries have nuclear capabilities. But all of them would probably be enough to just demolish America. But America would probably be able to demolish most of everybody else too. So I think that's we don't want to talk about that. Yes, definitely. Discord DMs are okay. Yes, absolutely. My name is Drunk Rat on Discord with one T, I believe. So after that, if we were to just talk about overall war capabilities, it would be difficult for America in terms of fighting on many fronts. However, I believe that of all the countries in terms of the Navy, Air Force, the land is going to be a little bit difficult because we would essentially have to go to whatever place. But we already actually hold a lot of places in the world that are like American bases of operation. So we would actually have the ability to bring over and deploy troops. Transiting would be obviously a problem, but it goes both ways. Getting troops over to America would be an absolute nightmare. Getting military machinery over to America through the water would be an absolute nightmare. Like everything that America has in terms of its intelligence infrastructure, its satellite and airplane capabilities, especially in times of war, if we were being aggressed upon, there would be so much deployed that it would be a virtual impossibility to get anything passed without being noticed at the very least. And then if it's noticed, it can either be mitigated or it can be reacted to. So I think that is a ton of subs as well. Exactly. Yeah, no, the sheer amount of technology or tech that we have out there in the world is pretty much overwhelming. And one of the things he's going to say is that this is something that is it's not going to happen. This is not a case that will ever happen because there's so much interconnected between all the different countries, to the point where even when we have one country attacking another, it's not like all the other countries will just band together and crush the one that's attacking. They won't, because there's a lot of difficult threads involved and probably a lot of corruption involved too.
But before I go into that, let me ask you for one thing. If you can leave a like, thank you so much. It's the best
Can you
way
just
to
ask
show
this?
support. Now, if you can subscribe, well, in that case, forget about it. You make my
Forget
day.
about
Have that in consideration. Link for the original video.
So I will link this video. In fact, I'll link it right now. I'll link the video into chat so you guys can see. I'll put it over in YouTube as well, because there's a couple people over there. Thank you very much for hanging out. So if you guys want to go and watch this on your own time as well, I highly recommend it. Give them the view, give them the like. I do like this video. I think that it's a good video to watch. I'm in incognito mode, so my like won't really do anything. I have to sign in. But I already have liked it on my own channel, as well as I will subscribe, because I think I watched one or two other of his videos, and I really think that they were entertaining enough. I'll
Below my description and what?
A superpower can be defined as a state with the ability to project power or exert influence on a global scale, usually in more than one region.
I like how this is like a Brit doing the explanation and an Eastern European reacting to it, and then an American reacting to the reaction.
Region at a time.
And all of this is like about America and the rest of the world. It's like America is the focus, and a British person is the one doing the how you doing?
United States has been the world's sole superpower since the fall of the Soviet Union.
I would say China and India, I would say, has a lot of bulk to it. They've got both some wealth, but they've also got a lot of most people. The UAE has a ton of influence. A lot of the Middle East has a ton of influence, but it's more influence by proxy. It's not influence in terms of like actually having tangible effects in other places. For better or for worse, I would say Europe, the UK, and probably a collection of countries in Europe, sorry, not Europe, America, the UK, a collection of countries in Europe that are like France and Netherlands and a few other places, all together have wield this power, and China are the major like superpowers. The problem is if you went by any individual country, it probably wouldn't be any of the countries in Europe in terms of how far they reach outside of the European Union. You've got the UK. I think the UK has had a tremendous impact on the world in history. I feel like recently it hasn't been as much, but I think that that's also because recently not a ton of countries have been doing a lot outside their borders. They've been dealing with, a couple of years ago, we had something that made us all deal with our own shit.
In 1991, holding an unrivaled degree of economic and military dominance around the globe.
Sorry, but what about China?
That's
thought
exactly
China
what I said.
is a superpower.
Today, with the rise of China, the US still remains by far the most powerful country.
Speaking of Britland, the UX over there, I will actually be visiting in Manchester on the 20th. I still haven't gotten a ticket, but it's looking like I'll be arriving around 10 a.m. And I'm looking to go to like a late lunch, early dinner thing with anybody who is able to get over into the area. I'll try to get like a hotel, and I'll communicate that with Chris and in the Madhouse. I am an HR from Manchester. Wait, what? Don't forget India as well. India, I think India has capability, but they do not exert power internationally very well. An hour. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, we're gonna be friending it up if you guys want to come over and hang out. It shouldn't be like a super long thing. Like I'll treat everyone to a dinner or something, and we'll like you guys show me around a little bit. Maybe I don't know. Maybe do a pub crawl. I don't know. I'll have to fly the next day around 1 o'clock, so I'll probably have to be at the airport around 10 or earlier. I'm going from Manchester to Vienna.
Still far outstripping competitors in national power, it still has 3 times China's wealth and 5 times its military capabilities.
Holy.
And that's not to mention its enormous advantages in geography, demographics, and more. All things considered, it doesn't seem likely that the US...
I think real quick, let's go back here one last sec to look at China. So China has a fairly long border up to the sea, which does give them ports and access to the ocean. America actually has so much more in terms of sea connection. First of all, Hawaii is vastly underestimated by most Americans. Hawaii is like, oh yeah, it's the place where we go to vacation. We have the bulk of our navy, or the bulk of our navy is in Hawaii. That's why the whole issue with World War II was an issue with. That's why we got, when we got hit, it was a pretty big blow to us, but it was like, no boy, you fucked up. So we have major naval base. Exactly. We have so much power there that the entire Pacific is very much not necessarily under our influence, but we have the capability to exert influence in that area very strongly. You've got the entire east coast of America with the Atlantic over here. The Atlantic over here. We have all of this range in the Gulf, all of this range along the eastern seaboard, Now, the eastern seaboard is probably equivalent to all the range that China has in terms of the ocean. Every other border of China is landlocked. Now they are closer to the Middle East than us, but we have bases there too. So all of Alaska, all of the range around Alaska is all like, we have a couple of different ports around there. We've got a lot of places to launch from. Islands in the Caribbean, islands in the Pacific. The U.S. has a lot more by way of naval advantage than I ever really gave it credit for. I never really thought about it like this. This is a really good point.
Still far outstripping competitors in national power. It still has 3 times China's wealth and 5 times its military capability.
Now, the thing about that, though, if we're going against the entire world, 3 times China's wealth means that the rest of the world just has to come up with 2/3 of China's wealth to match or beat America in terms of wealth. Now, wealth is really only going to affect a fight in terms of a war of attrition. But if it becomes a war of attrition, then yeah, being able to outspend one country is a massive deal. And also the fact that if America relies entirely on itself, if it's against the world, nobody out there is going to be importing, goods, food, material, whatever, oil, whatever, into America. So they're just because you have money doesn't mean you have the materials that money can buy, right? So having money, but if you have $1 billion, but you live out in the middle of nowhere and there's no Publix around you or a grocery store around you, you can't go to the grocery store and buy anything. So just having money, you can't eat money, right? Rely on commerce. I think so. Guam has a sub base as well. Exactly. Yeah. Spark and Air, this is what he's going to get into later. I think America is capable of being self-sufficient, but we are not self-sufficient. This is something that this is one of the reasons why a lot of effort has been put recently into the idea of becoming self-sufficient with oil and other resources, being able to fully control our own food and water supply and stuff like that. Because water supplies were fine. It's the food supply, being able to control all of that and not be sufficient on someone else is important if you ever do end up in a situation where you do have conflict. Now, obviously, this is a hypothetical situation. It's probably not going to happen, ever going to happen, but it's a consideration,
And that's not to mention its enormous advantages in geography, demographics, and
he'll
more.
talk about the geography
All
later.
things
And
considered, it doesn't seem likely that the US is losing its status as global hegemon anytime soon. But
Thank you, Chris. Good
hypothetically,
pen.
what would happen if America found itself in a conflict against the entire rest of the
The
world?
entire
Would
world.
the country still have the power to achieve victory, or would it be worn down and defeated?
I like his face. Like,
My friends, I don't know about this one. America versus the entire world. Who do you guys think would win? Be honest.
honestly, going from before all of this video, I would say that America would put up a hell of a fight, but not win. Given the statistics that were presented in this, I would probably say that it'd be close to a draw. If everybody was unified against America. The problem is there's a lot of countries out there that, while they may be anti-America in terms of in this engagement, like if we have the UK, we have Netherlands, we got Norway, we got China, we've got all the countries in various places, India and stuff. You've also got to consider that this possibility is just America versus everybody else. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else will act in conjunction with each other, meaning that you might have different countries that will not aid each other because they are themselves enemies. So if you just put everybody against America and everybody was allied together, then yeah, I think that America would have a very hard time, if even be possible. Yeah.
With me.
Yeah. No nukes, because yes, America would be nuked all to hell, but America would has enough nukes, trust me, to make sure everybody else doesn't live through it too.
Because
mutually assured
you have
destruction, baby.
China, Europe, Russia, India versus America.
That's why we don't want to ever go that
I
route.
know America is very strong, my friends, but I'm not sure about this one. Let's do a quick pull here.
He's gonna ask for the likes again.
Leave me a like if you think America.
And click that link, leave them a like.
Leave me a comment. If you
And
think
also,
the rest
if you can, if your computer can handle it, try to have his thing going up in a tab where it's either muted or low volume, just to get him the view, because we don't want to steal any views from him. Everybody loses if nukes get involved. Exactly. USA sends out nukes. Everybody else sends out nukes. Fun fact: if we detonate all the nukes explosives we have in the world, we'd glass the planet and make it completely uninhabitable. And that's exactly it. And we don't even need to do that. All we need to do is target everybody needs to do is target the livable centers, because you're not going to nuke the desert in the middle of Nevada, right? You're not going to nuke the Sahara. You're not going to nuke northern Canada, where it's just all ice and stuff like that way up here. So you don't have to target everywhere.
of the world can win. I think this will be close, but let's see it.
Take a closer look at these questions with a USA versus the world wargame. First, it goes without saying that such a scenario is extremely unlikely, if not downright impossible, during our lifetimes.
It's 300 million versus 700 billion, or 700 billion, 7 billion. It's not looking for the US. True, but think about it like this: if every person in the US had a tank versus every person who in the world who didn't have a tank, it would be a different story. I'm not saying that everyone has a tank in the US, if only, but I'm saying that if you had the per capita spending on military for US versus everybody else, or if you just took out per capita, you just said the total spending of towards war stuff, military for the US, I think is nearly equivalent to the rest of the world, and that's a factor.
Because of its diplomatic
Extremely unlikely is wishful thinking. Yeah, exactly. It ain't happening. When was this video made? This video was made. So this video was made 4 months ago, but I think the other video that he's referring to was made before that. I mean, it was obviously made before that. Sorry. What was I gonna say? The nukes fights, they should lose. I think should is not what we're looking for. We're looking for like what is likely to happen. I think given what is talked about in this video, it's a really close call. It's really close because the US is very difficult to attack because of what's going to be talked about in this video. Honestly, I didn't think that, but then when they talked about it, I was like, you know what? Damn, that actually makes a lot of sense. But we'll go into it.
and economic ties around the world
Has recently
as well as
started
its huge
rearming, and now
arsenal of
Germany.
nuclear weapons. The US has almost entirely removed the possibility of real war with Europe and many other countries. But playing out the remote possibility still shows us a lot about US power and how it might look in the coming years. For the purpose of this video, we'll exclude nuclear weapons and assume...
Yeah, so basically what he said was because the US has so many commercial connections, commercial as in commerce, connections with so much of the world, especially mostly Europe, but also with Canada, with Mexico, with South America, but mostly Europe, obviously, and Japan. We have so much connection with the rest of the world, and we have so much overwhelming force that's capable. We've essentially ruled out the possibility of war. If we had another incident like World War II, like the reason why World War II happened, the reason why America got involved was because of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. But the reason why that happened was because of the fact that at the time communication was very, very much reduced in the world. Like they attacked as a preemptive strike to make sure that even if America were to go against them, they would be essentially a crippled force. Like that was the thinking. That was the reason why the Japanese attacked America, was because if America were to get involved, and it already was involved in sending aid to Europe, but we hadn't actually gotten involved in the actual ground war. We were like, this is America. We're that's Europe. This is America. You do you, we'll do us. Lustrous Rose, what's up? Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Rose Raid. I think U.S. has the factory and military base to at least hold its own. Exactly, and that's well, U.S. was embargoing Japan. That didn't help. Maybe so. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. But I think the idea of striking the naval base at Pearl Harbor was to cripple U.S. as a presence in the Pacific. So, and yeah, you're right. The embargo was definitely an impact in that. I be a bit of history learner. That's great. I love that. I'd love to learn more about that. Lustrous Rose, how are you doing? Doing wonderful. Super sleepy. Also, you're packing. Hey, you can't see. Wait. You're packing. Where are you going? Yes. Sorry, Lustrous Rose. I'm actively moving. Yeah. And one of the carriers, they weren't there. Right. Exactly. Well, I actually don't know much about that. What was destroyed in Pearl Harbor? What boats were destroyed in terms of like carriers, destroyers, battleships, etc. I'm moving, Lustrous Rose. I'm moving closer to Universal. I bought a house about 3 weeks ago, and I'm actively moving over there. I'm moving over a little bit by bit every day. So soon, I hope to get a television over there. So that soon I hope to get a television over there so I can actually watch something or put up my computer and stuff like that. Congrats, dude. Thank you. I'm excited. Yes, I am excited. And it's a good thing that hopefully it's very high likelihood that I'm not getting fired tomorrow. Do you have a pool? I do have a pool. I do. I will show more pictures once I get more stuff cleaned up, but right now there's a bunch of weeds. The screen is all shitty. But whoever put in this screen and whoever fixed the roof, absolutely terrible job. Like nothing's aligned properly. I'm gonna have to fix it. I do have a pool. Older battleships, some got refloated later. Not okay. We can get you a lizard tank. Ooh. Also, I'm glad you're not leaving the country. Me too. No, I wouldn't leave the country. I know that there's a lot going on. I think that if I were to leave the country, it wouldn't be because I dislike America. It would be because I want to go somewhere else and live somewhere else. It wouldn't be. I think that making a life-changing decision or making any large decision out of rebellion towards something, unless that is truly like a life-threatening rebellion or a life-threatening thing, I think that is you need to make positive decisions, not negative decisions. A decision that is negatively motivated, which is essentially like I will shop at this other place because I don't like this other place, and I'm gonna get you. I think that's just not great. I would only shop at a place because I like that place. So really not anything that could be replaced easily. Japan really couldn't afford to lose capital ships. The U.S. could. Right. I get that. The issue is not have rebellion, but security. Okay. I get you. I feel pretty secure. And honestly, okay, so I moved to a place that actually I'm so fancy. I moved to a gated community because it was the closest one to Universal. Like I can literally walk to the building that I work in, but it has a gate, and honestly, the HOA is not as expensive as I thought it would be. But HOA, listen, you can't live in a city without having an HOA or being on a street. Like if you're on the street where there's a lot of traffic, that's shitty. You do not want that. And if you're in an HOA, unfortunately, it's like it's a catch-22. I could have done no HOA if I had lived an hour out of the city. Sure. You don't have any in the UK, or many in the UK. That's fine. You also don't have tipping, right? Like we have tipping. It sucks. Like I wish people were just paid an honest wage and people didn't have extra costs added in to every time you go. HOA is evil. I think tipping is evil. I think HOA is evil. I think taxes are evil, but let's not get into all that. Deal with demons and HOA. I'm trying to get in on the good side with the HOA lady. Like she seems friendly. She seems nice. So far, I haven't gotten on her bad side yet. I get you. So she seems okay so far, but I haven't gotten on her bad side. But I'm trying to be friendly with her. I'm trying to call her and be nice. She so far she seemed okay. Like I'm being respectful towards her, and I'm respecting her authority, and I think that to her is like, oh, okay, the new guy's not so bad. You know what? He was asking for that fence. Let's just go ahead and let him have that fence. You know, that kind of thing. But anyway, we're watching this, and I think that, yeah. So the whole reason why World War II started was that, and I'm not saying that like what motivated the Japanese to attack Pearl Harbor, but their reasoning was that if they could knock out the U.S. for long enough, that they would be able to you know, essentially move with impunity in the Pacific. Now, we were able to communicate, and I think that there was a communications issue. They were basically thinking, oh, they're not going to be able to communicate fast enough, and they're not going to be able to get forces out here fast enough, and we're going to have a lot of time, and this, that, and the other. Nowadays, there is no such thing as that communications dropout. Like, unless they bring in some really high-tech scrambler shit that stops us all from having any communication. And even then, if an entire base of operations went radio silent for a day, the U.S. would immediately know. The intelligence apparatus would immediately know. So nowadays, an attack like what happened in World War II would not happen again. I imagine the only way that anybody, and this sucks, but the only way that anybody would open an attack, a legitimate like countrywide attack, like I'm not talking about like an organization, like a terrorist organization or something like that. I'm talking about like a legitimate countrywide attack on the country, would be basically an opening salvo of nukes. Like I can, that, like, this is essentially saying, I want them gone. This is what's happening. I think that that's if someone's going to attack America, I think that's the only way that they would do it. If they were to attack in any other way, they will be crushed with overwhelming force. I don't think anybody else in the world would intervene. So it's 10 past 1. Bye, DVS. Thanks for hanging out. She will eat your liver. The Japanese wanted its own empire. The US and UK didn't want them. Exactly. Yeah, I watched the whole brief history of the world, I guess, by God, I can't remember his name. Absolutely amazing. Basically, Japan joined. Oh God, what was the organization called? It wasn't NATO, but it was between World War I and World War II. There was the League of Nations, I think it was League of Nations, which their motto was, "We will try not to take over the world." And after some years, Japan said, "We're going to take over the world," and everyone's like, "No, don't do that." Hey, how are you doing? It's good to see you, Serene Dove. That name is adorable and amazing. How are you? So that was, yeah, during World War II, bad guy from Germany basically contacted bad guy from Italy, which I don't know if Mussolini is actually in trouble on Twitch, but Mussolini, I believe it was Mussolini, and Prince Hero, I don't know. Anyway, the prince in Japan, and basically they were like, oh, hey, would you want to form the Alliance of Evil or whatever, Axis of Evil? I'm sleepy with a tummy ache. Get some sleep. Also get some tummy medicine. It's good to see. Navy treaties didn't help out Japan, though the UK used to help them build their ships. Interesting. But so basically what I'm saying is, like, all of that happened, the attack on the US probably wouldn't happen again today. And we have an ad break, so I'm going to wait until the ad break is over before we continue. But the attacking on the US, and I think most places, like the whole reason with, and I don't really want to get into this too much because this is a really touchy subject nowadays, obviously for good reason. But the whole reason that Russia even felt comfortable with attacking Ukraine, I think, was because of the whole NATO thing, where they were trying to get Ukraine into NATO, and Russia was like, we don't want NATO being a border with Russia. Also, Russia's trying to get land because they're greedy sons of bitches. And so it felt isolated. They were trying to change that. I don't know about that. I feel like Japan, like they were trying to get land on the, I feel like they were just very much like, their culture was a very much expansionist, kind of like America had, you know, back in the day with the whole Manifest Destiny. I feel like Japan had that kind of culture at around that time, right? You have such a sweet smile. Oh, thank you. I'll sleep in a little bit though. No worries. Okay, Serena. Okay. I just want to make sure you're okay. Like, as much as I like hanging out with you, I also want your health is important. Mine's Oh, Bonnie. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's continue. Yep.
Assume that such a conflict would break out after a period of heightened global tensions rather than as a surprise attack.
So this is what he's saying, is that in this scenario of America versus the world, this scenario wouldn't happen all at once. This wouldn't be a snap decision. There wouldn't be like a surprise attack. Assuming you took nukes out of it, this would be a building period of tensions over the course of probably decades, to be honest.
So who would really matter? The biggest challenges to the US in terms of actual military capability would certainly be China. Western European nations would be a close second, as they are wealthy and have stockpiles of advanced weapons and
I feel like what wasn't one of the factors in Germany was the fact that after World War I, they were basically sanctioned to fucking hell. And there was a lot of like shame and guilt, and it almost sort of like boiled over into, and it wasn't everybody, obviously, it was a specific party. It boiled over into a very strong like return, like no, we are this, we are proud, and yeah, it boiled into something else. They were blamed for the war even though it was Austria's fault. I don't know much about that, but I thought it was an Austrian guy who was shot, wasn't it? Like I don't actually know. We'll discuss that another day. I would love to have you on and talk about this kind of stuff. In Serbia, an Austrian guy was shot, assassinated. Yeah, but we'll talk more about
technology.
Oh, very cool.
While Russia, once considered to be America's main military challenger, in nations would be a close of heightened global tensions rather than as a surprise attack. So who would really matter? The biggest challenges to the US in terms of actual military capability would certainly be China. Western European nations would be a close second, as they are wealthy and have stockpiles of advanced weapons and technology. While Russia, once considered to be America's main military challenger, its invasion of Ukraine has made clear that the country is something of a paper tiger, especially if...
Really? Oh my god, I thought China was at least further.
If its nuclear...
So I think he meant to say Russia, but he may have misheard and thought that this was involved in saying China was a paper tiger. So paper tiger essentially means that something that looks fierce but actually doesn't have enough weight behind it to actually do anything. Kind of like a dog that's all bark and no bite. If you want to surprise if it was a surprise, the U.S. loses. I don't think so. I think if it's a surprise, everybody loses, because the U.S. has enough intelligence apparatus to detect incoming missiles and probably detect if they're nukes. And honestly, if there's a bunch of nukes launched at America, we're probably sending them back. This is an everybody lose situation. That's why I'm saying any situation that involves a surprise attack is probably involving the end. So that's why I think smaller countries that are antagonistic towards America or that we have an enmity relationship with do not have the capability to launch such an attack, which is good because the rest of the world would probably suffer too. And larger countries that have an antagonistic relationship with the US typically would also are smart enough and mature enough to understand the ramifications of doing that, in the same way that the US has the ability to, but we're probably not launching anything. Like, unless a country was in the situation where the entire world was against it, I don't think that nukes will ever be involved. And even then, I don't think nukes will ever be involved, because just because a country has a war against another country does not mean that the citizens of that country are involved. The citizens of the country are important to keep as safe. Like, you want to minimize collateral damage, you want to minimize any kind of citizen non-combatant casualty. So I don't think nukes will ever be used, and if they are ever used, it will be the end of the world. So a surprise naval invasion. You'll see in a moment why a naval invasion would be very difficult.
Equation. India is another potential player. With the world's largest population and substantial military hardware, Together, China, Russia, India, and Europe account for the
This is the first time this American is seeing where a lot of these places are. Holy shit, Russia's big. India and China are close. There's a couple of things in between them, but India has a great deal of border with the ocean, which gives them a lot of naval power, or naval capability at least. Not necessarily power, but capability. I feel like India, I don't hear a lot about them. I also don't hear a lot about Africa. I also don't hear a lot about Australia and New Zealand. That doesn't mean those places don't exist. They could very well have a substantial amount of capability that I don't know about. So India could very well be a part of this. I feel like India doesn't seem to me like a global superpower, not because they can't, but because they don't exert their will in other places. China exerts their will in other places. They have tendrils in all these different places. The US has tendrils in all these different places. Russia has a few places where it has tendrils, but it really has lost a lot of its capability. The European Union and the UK have a lot of connectivity with the rest of the world, but not in the same way as China and America. I think China and America are the two major interferers in the rest of the world, essentially.
The majority of the world's military spending outside of the US.
Agree. Yeah. Same with Canada, to be honest. Same with Canada. Canada essentially has like a couple of population centers, but two major population centers in the east and the west. Like there's a lot more population in the east area and the west area, and then everything north and everything in between is very sparsely populated. So I would say that Canada has more. If you took Alaska out of the picture, Alaska is also very sparsely populated, pretty much only in the coastal cities, except for I think Juneau or Anchorage, I believe, which is internal. But Canada has probably more overall landmass than America does, the continental states, but far fewer, numerical number of people because of the sparse population. India has 172 warheads. Okay, interesting. So yeah, then they definitely do have the capability to counterstrike / initiate. Yeah.
Let's say these countries all align against the US, with the rest of the world primarily contributing materiel or financial support. While this is extremely simplified, the fact of the matter is that most countries do not have the resources to project power beyond their borders or immediate region, making...
My friends, why no one... Canada is weak when it comes to military? Because Canada is a very rich country.
Canada does have some military capability, but I believe that, and this is something that is... I'm fairly ignorant on, so don't take my word as gospel, but I've heard and read articles about the reason why Canada doesn't have a very strong military presence is because they're essentially connected to the US. Any attack on Canada is essentially considered an attack on the US. So Canada is sort of like we're buddies in this way, where Canada, we have a very close relationship, such that it's almost like I don't know, a clownfish and an enemy. America's like the anemone. Anything that attacks the clownfish is going to get stung by the anemone. But the clownfish, it provides a lure to things, or it basically provides something. It's a symbiotic relationship. Let's just go with it. Same with Australia. As in with the warheads, or as in with the interaction? Yeah, I think does US have a military a naval base in Australia? Because I think we basically have the same relationship with Australia, where if someone attacks Australia, it's like attacking America. But are you referring to the fact that they have less military because of their connections with other people, or that they have connections with like New Zealand? If you attack us, America won't be happy. Exactly. Yeah, I think we have a couple of. I feel like that's actually most. And this is not to bring politics into this, but this is just a something to bring up. the president was talking about doing that deal with Ukraine to have the minerals deal where America would purchase a long-term supply of minerals from Ukraine. And because of that deal, now attacking Ukraine is essentially attacking America because you're attacking America's interests. And that's why it's like creating like that was the idea of creating security through connection. In the same way that we have a relationship with Canada, we have a relationship with Australia. I know there's tariffs, stuff like that. Please, let's not go into that. But just in general, the creating a commercial relationship with a country essentially ties those countries at the hip. So if you ever have a negative interaction with one country, you have a negative interaction with both. And I think that's one of the ways that we can essentially provide security for a country without formally, legally providing security for them, without saying, yeah, we're gonna, deploy an army for you. But yeah, here we go. We still have a large military, but we have a lot of allies too. Exactly. Yeah.
Country also.
Well, I mean, one of the things that Australia has to consider is not only are they contending with the attacks, they're never going to have a ground war. Who the fuck wants to attack a country where everything is venomous and can drop you in a single bite? Like, and the things that aren't venomous will kick you in the face until you die. Like, nobody wants to, no outsider wants to go and fight on Australia. They're going to be attacked by the land itself. Right? They're living on Harmo. Exactly. There's nobody's going to go there and actually even get to the cities. They're not making it, man. So for Australia, so yeah, they have ties. Yeah,
I thought Canada could appear as and his neighbor with America, so could be a nice ally against the US.
An attack on the US impossible. So let's say war breaks out. The first major difficulty with a global offensive against the US would be geographic. Surrounded by water on two sides, and Mexico and Canada to the north and south, any physical attack against the US would face major challenges. First, it would mean mounting either an enormous amphibious assault from one of the coasts.
I heard of the Great Emu War, where basically didn't they bring out like 12 machine guns and it was like there were like 40,000 emus, and didn't they kill like 900? Because once they got the things on trucks. But then the emus would actually like have scouts that would alert the rest when the truck was getting near. So they were not able to. It was great. Oh, it was only two machine guns. Only two machine guns. Yeah, I remember they jammed and then they got retrofitted. And then after a while, they were like, you know what? Screw it. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Is why would you go? I know that they're going out and eating all the flour and eating all the stuff that the farmers were eating, but why? They're your defense. They are your defense. No one's ever gonna attack. Like, imagine you got a bunch of people who land on the coast. They're like, all right, let's go get them. We've got to. What the hell is that turkey thing? It's coming right at us. Their armor's not stopped. Have you seen their claws? Geez, yeah, 900 out of 20,000. Okay, yeah, 20,000.
Or attempting to invade via land. But the deserts in the southwest and the Great Lakes in the Midwest insulate the country's major population centers from a potential invasion staged from Canada and
up here if you were to ingress into America from the north, there's except for the coast and the Great Lakes areas, there's typically not a lot of actual population centers. So you would have to make it in quite a way through onto American soil before you even were able to pose much of a threat. And even there, you would be essentially surrounded in all directions. California has a lot of naval presence and a lot of air presence. Texas has a shit ton of stuff going on. They've got every major DoD company down there. You've got in New York and stuff. You've got a bunch of bases where you can launch fighters. You're surrounded if you enter from the middle area where there's no people. If you go near the ends, you've got bases there that have military response. If you go near the lakes, you'd have to essentially mount a ground invasion and then switch over to an aquatic invasion and then switch over to a ground when you get to the other side. Like, it would be very difficult to go through there. And then the coast, like I said, have all these military bases.
Mexico. An invasion from outside North America would require
Others
massive
enrage.
fronts and long supply chains across the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans, leading to a dramatic reduction of overall power projection. Military
So crazy, my friends, because America, in one sense, is very lucky with their land, because their land kind of protects Americans. By the way, you guys know I'm Team America at this point, but I'm trying to be devil advocate here. Let's see if the other
That's where
countries
Cable does
win.
mount. Yep.
But it's kind of crazy.
I heard of a thing where a forest got kicked by a cassowary. It didn't disembowel him, but it knocked him off like a high ledge. I don't think he died, but it was like, holy shit, this bird just came up to him and then pew, one shot at him off the ledge. Damn. Yeah, a built-in combat knife.
How protected America is.
expert Dylan Lurk has noted that even the largest amphibious assault in history on either the west coast or the east coast would be too insignificant to acquire an effective beachhead. If every foreign power managed to coordinate such a massive operation, and do so while remaining undetected, under the enormous reach and power of the American intelligence apparatus, it would still have issues building up a force of any significant size before being pushed back into the sea.
Yeah, so that's what happens when you're trying to do an aquatic invasion. You essentially, like the whole, Normandy, Utah Beach, D-Day, all of those things, they were fighting an entrenched enemy position that they had to get to the beach, and then they had to deploy and run up the beach. Like, getting to the land is one thing. Getting your forces onto the land is entirely another subject. But not only that, the forces that they were fighting, you might say, oh, but they did manage to take it. Yeah, heavy losses, but also the enemies who were there, the Germans who were there, that wasn't their like home base. They constructed those things relatively recently, within, since the time that they actually invaded. So this wasn't like a fortified, fort or base of operations that had been there for years and years and years. Like, all the places in America have been there for, not hundreds of years, maybe 50 years or more. So they're entrenched as hell. That's a very interesting fact. This is honestly something I hadn't really thought of, but yeah, getting to a place is one thing. Fully disembarking onto that place is another.
In addition, the strategic Hawaiian island chain acts as a gateway to the US mainland for attacks from the Pacific, and is protected by a significant...
I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's like currents or other things that make it so you can't just go up and around. Like, it would be inefficient. This is the most efficient path, basically. But like, why couldn't you just go around? I imagine, I imagine the Pacific Ocean is really fucking big. So
military presence. Similarly, military installations in Alaska provide protection against any invasion from along the Arctic or Northwest. An attack from Mexico would probably be more...
Yeah, getting into Canada would actually be very difficult. Like, except for up here near where Greenland is, and I think that's why there's been a lot of talk about the whole... I'm not gonna do an impression. We need to get Greenland. I feel like that kind of like conversation is because right now Canada is essentially completely surrounded by defense, except for Greenland. Like, if someone were to go through Greenland, they could attack Canada. But again, all of this area is completely uninhabited, or mostly uninhabited. You can strike any invasion from Hawaii. Yeah, exactly. That's why we have such a big base there. 165.2 million kilometers squared, to be exact. Canada? Oh, Pacific. Yeah, Pacific. Yeah, thank you.
More feasible due to the Great Lakes blocking much of the Canadian border.
So yeah, even if you came up here, you would have to go through a large portion of very difficult to navigate terrain to get in from here. So then you'd probably have to go through one of the coasts or through Mexico. And he's going to talk about that in a second.
And Texas have the largest concentration of defense industries and military bases in the country, thus providing an effective deterrent from any attack. With
this is not looking good.
Southwestern desert spanning the two regions. The Southwest is also home to multiple heavily armed military bases, such as the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico or NORAD headquarters in Colorado. An attack launched from Canada on the Midwest or the West would be limited to light infantry and would likely fail to take over population centers or other important strategic points, since there is mostly rural farmland and unpopulated national parks along the border, along with air bases located hundreds of miles south. Dr. Beckley makes this point.
Didn't in the War of 1812, didn't Britain actually make it all the way into Washington D.C. and actually burn down the White House? Yeah, like that was actually a significant loss for America. Or I mean, like we ended up pushing them out and we ended up winning. In the end, winning in a theoretical sense of they weren't there anymore. But like we got it. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's funny.
Point as well, stating that the United States is a natural economic hub and military fortress. It's
Wait, but for example, in states like Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, not a lot of people live there. I know Wyoming, for example, is super large, but in terms of population, very low.
Yeah,
But I
Oregon,
thought,
Washington,
Montana, South Dakota, and those type of
Montana,
states, I thought they,
North
for example,
Dakota,
Washington, you know,
doesn't have a ton.
Washington
I mean, there are
is
still
a giant
population centers.
state.
But
with resources and
wait, real quick. Topeka, is Topeka in Washington? North Dakota and South Dakota, Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh my God, I'm failing it at American geography. I'm American. Nobody cares about geography here.
has more economic
exactly.
arteries like navigable waterways and ports than the rest of the world.
Yeah, the Mississippi River, I think, does it span the entire north to south? Because yeah, that is a huge navigable waterway for us.
Combined, and even if the
Yeah,
US
right.
military was unable to stop an
great.
invasion, the huge diversity of terrain would also provide US military personnel or militias with the ability to conduct guerrilla warfare. The US is also by far the most heavily armed civilian population in the world, with a staggering 120 guns for every 100 people.
So for every 100 people, there's 20 more guns than people. Now, again, he's going to get into it in a second, so I'll let him continue and I'll respond then. But basically, just because there's more guns than people doesn't mean everybody has a gun.
This
Holy. That's crazy. And that's something that people forget, my friends. And you guys end up reminding me this in other video that, okay, yeah, the American military, very strong. But what about the people? You know, really, what about the people? Because you guys all, not all, but a lot of Americans have guns and they can protect America if things start to go really crazy. I think people really forget about this. Sorry.
So, and they'll go a little bit more into it, but basically what I would have to say against that or about that is not all guns are created equally. If you have, 20 people in a neighborhood carrying 24 weapons, you're going to have some snub-nose revolvers. You're going to have some Glocks. You're going to have some shotguns. You might have a couple of rifles. You're not going to have a lot in the way of actual deterrent force, but basically the idea is every position in America is an enforced or an entrenched position. Every house, every condo, every apartment building, every probably not office building, but every area, like probably the least protected areas aside from now military would be very heavy and police would be very heavy in a city. But outside of a city, every rural area, you're going to be contending with every single house is going to be its own little fortress. And I mean, I don't think that a pistol is going to do a lot against an incoming war band or whatever. But if you had 20 pistols, if you had 20 people with 20 pistols, yeah, honestly, that's probably a deterrent. So training is a big factor. Yeah, training is a big factor. So gun safety is the most important thing about guns, in my opinion. And I don't think that's just an opinion. I think that's pretty much a fact. Or that's an opinion that is shared by 100% of gun owners. Gun safety is the most important. Training is next. I train more for safety with the guns than I train for accuracy. I'm not as worried about being effective with the guns as I am about being safe with the guns. And I think the only time I would ever use it is in an extreme case of self-defense, where someone is in my house and I don't know if they're armed or what their intent is. But yeah, you can't be like, what's a gun? Well, I mean, everyone's there, everyone's bladed up. So, I mean, you're gonna get whirlwind. Sorry. God. There's only 4 million guns in Australia that's registered compared to 26 million people. 4 million guns is still a lot. But yeah, I know. Chris. I feel like Australia should have a lot more guns. Like their nature there is your biggest enemy.
But
You need the guns for just the
Means
spiders.
that even if a coalition of other countries was able to actually get troops into the
Yeah,
US,
yeah, I know,
it would end
Chris.
up facing an
I think you're
incredibly
not alone
well-armed
too.
and
Like a lot of places in in Europe and in China and the UK and most places in the continent of Europe and Asia and Eurasia, I guess, have very strict gun laws and I mean, there's stricter guns, stricter speech, stricter movement laws in general. I think that also comes from and this is a topic for another day because I really don't know anything about it, but the diversity of culture, the vast diversity of culture across all of the different countries in that area, even the UK, which is comprised of essentially 3 sub countries, four. Yeah. You got Britain, Wales, South Ireland. I think it's South Ireland, and Scotland. So, or Ireland, Scotland, and Wales and Britain. So you've got different cultures, different things going on. Chexy, what's up, Chexy? How are you? 260,000 illicit guns. Oh, illicit. I like the sound of that. Wink, 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 winkety, wink, wink. No, I like, yeah. But I feel like we still have a difference in culture, but a lot of the states in America are about the size of a lot of countries in Europe. But the states in America, yes, they will have different cultures. Hell, within states, you're gonna have different cultures in different places. But most states in America share a culture of like, we are Americans and we believe in this. There's a lot of things that we differ on, but we all, are American, and we all, we'll for the most part, most people, except for extreme assholes, will stick up for each other if push comes. What's up, Formidable? Welcome, party. How you doing? I still show people that clip I took of you doing the lever. How you doing, man? It's good to see you, Formidable. I hope you're doing well. Yes, we will. I'm actually moving right now. I'm in the process of moving to another house, to my first house, really. I'm first. One of the first things I'm getting is a standing desk, so I can continue the tradition. Ads, ew. All right, we'll continue this after the ads, and then we gotta. Actually, no, I'm gonna continue now. Sorry, everybody, without ads. I love you for that. I love you too. Or without here, I'm gonna give you some because ads are stupid. Come on. Oop, come on, complete purchase. Come on. Oh, screw you, PayPal. There we go. Okay, cool. First house, whoop whoop. Yes, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. Got it. I'm a little hesitant on that because I've actually been corrected by some friends of mine who live in Ireland. And I once at one point I was like, oh cool, more friends from the UK. They were like, no. Like, oh.
And pissed off
My bad.
insurgency. On the other hand, over the past 80 years, the US has developed a worldwide infrastructure of military bases, supply lines, and the world's largest air and naval transport fleets. This contains hundreds of ships and aircraft, more than the entire fleet of most countries. The lack of global mobility would be an enormous issue for any coalition facing the US. In the weeks before the sort of global conflict in our hypothetical, The US would most
The cool thing is they're right now they're sort of glazing the US, and I don't think it's really like fully unjustified. I think it is actually very much like this is just logical, this is just facts, but it is going to get into what are the difficulties of the US in this conflict pretty soon, which is going to be very interesting to talk about too. I saw your heart. Oh,
likely pull its forces out of the most vulnerable non-American bases in Europe, Asia, and the Pacific, concentrating its resources in places where the US exercises greater territorial control to act as staging areas. Some areas would be considered too important to abandon, especially those supporting the military.
So basically what he's saying is that the US has a lot of staging areas or bases of operations in their various parts of the world that operate as an extension of ourselves. And if we have those, first of all, if there's a conflict in a country where we have a base, we typically will pull out of that base so that we avoid escalating the conflict. Like the idea is we want to de-escalate and create a peaceful solution if we can. Even if we have the ability to end a fight, we don't always want to end the fight because it's not a humanitarian way, and it's not going to leave us in a very good situation with the rest of the world. If you have a bunch of people on a playground and one person pushes on the big kid who has like the big old arms and big dumbbells, and one kid pushes them, if that kid goes and just flattens the other one, the rest of the playground is probably not going to be too happy, you know. 5 years since I first popped in. Well, Formidable Games, I really appreciate you, my friend. And I'm looking forward to, I'm hoping that the community continues to grow and we continue to have an awesome time going forward.
And as always, it's a pleasure hanging out with you, buddy. Hope you're having a great night. Ha
military supply chain, US oil assets, and key territorial choke points. One of the first battlefields in
choke points and oil are the two big points of this. This is going to be very important.
Any conflict between the US and the rest of the world would be the Middle East. Here, one major aim of the DoD, as carried out by US Central Command, would be to secure critical US oil refineries and distribution centers, as well as gain control of the sea lanes used for transporting oil.
We got to talk about the sea lanes. Like it blows my mind how much of the world's sea travel and commerce travels through a lot of these canals. Like there's these tiny little strips of land where water goes through that like 90% of everything goes through. It's crazy. But in terms of oil, this is very important because oil is essentially food for our technology, right? So if you one of the best ways in medieval times to destroy to win a siege was to essentially blockade a city. Like if you had a city and a castle and they had walls and everything like that, best thing you could do was to surround it and stop all food and water and other things from getting into the city. If you could do that, you could starve them out. And the longer that you could wait, the longer that they had to suffer through it. Attrition was a very, very big factor. Now, if you can, you can't necessarily starve out a nation like America where they have access to food creation. They can create their own food. It's going to be difficult, but they can. In terms of oil, this is interesting because if we get most of our oil from this location, then if you were to stop the transport of oil and the ability to get oil out, it would essentially starve all of our military apparatus, as well as a lot of other things like cars, and, our ability to function in a higher capacity. America does have oil capabilities. We do have the capability of producing oil. I don't think we're using it very much right now. Like that's why we're still using this. It's sort of a cost benefit analysis. If you can get oil, let's say that you can get oil or let's go back to a metaphor. Let's say that you can bake bread in your own house. You can bake bread. It takes you 2 hours to do it every single day. And 2 hours of your time costs roughly, let's say you make $20 an hour, it costs $40. It costs you $40 to make bread in 2 hours. Or you could go to the grocery store and get it for $5. You're probably going to go to the grocery store and get it for $5. But if somebody stood outside of your house and went, and you couldn't go, then you would be forced to make your own bread.
Now, you can make your own bread. You don't want to make your own bread, but you can make your own bread. So that's what this is all about. Spring rolls. Ooh. Wait, what? Money bags and samosas? I don't know what samosas are. What are money bags? You're that person. Oh, yeah, Alucard's out here. Love it. Texas and Alaska has a lot of oil. Exactly. I think Texas and Alaska, I think just Texas is actually the 12th. I think it's in this video. The 12th largest oil producing capable, because they're not actually doing it, but oil capable areas of the world.
Oil out of the region.
The funny thing is, 4 months ago, this was made 4 months ago. This is actually before the election. Excuse me. This base video was actually made before the election. Interesting.
As of 2022, 80.4% of the world's oil reserves are located in countries belonging to the international oil cartel OPEC, and 67.1% of OPEC reserves
wait, let's go back. I like what he said.
Used for transporting oil out of the region. As of 2022, 80.4% of the world's oil reserves are located in countries belonging to the international oil cartel OPEC.
Is it actually called cartel? Hang on. What does OPEC stand for? OPEC. Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. Yeah. So I love that he used the term cartel, because like cartel has the connotation of a bad group that controls something. And I just find it so hilarious that he actually said it like that. That's funny. And the Gulf below Texas also has a lot of oil. Yeah. We are definitely, and but we've had issues with them before, or with that area before, where we've had oil spills and stuff like that. I think that environmentally, we are more comfortable with pumping out of land-based than sea-based. But if push came to shove, we'd probably have to do it like that. I sent you what money bags look like on Discord. Okay. Our card. Oh, that makes sense. That looks like money. Looks like bags of money. Oh. I definitely want to try that. Ruby Flame sent me a message of how to make hardtack, and I definitely want to try that.
OPEC, and 67.1% of OPEC reserves are in the Middle East. Similarly,
oh man, those numbers are so high. So this is the key thing, probably.
Over 60% of the world's oil passes through shipping lanes in the Arabian Sea alone. While the US has reduced its presence in the region in recent years, a global conflict would almost certainly cause a reorientation.
Yep.
Possessing the world's 12th largest oil reserves means that the US could theoretically go self-sufficient in water.
So maybe it's not just Texas, and maybe it's the entirety of the US. The entirety of the US has the 12th largest oil reserve. So if we were to tap into that, we could theoretically operate self-sufficiently. However, it's not economical now, but I think that is something that, based on recent conversations, I think that is something that we are aiming for, from a standpoint of self-sufficiency and potentially reduced price, whatever the case is. But like, I'm not trying to comment on what's going on with that. I'm just saying that is seemingly what's happening.
But control of some Middle Eastern reserves would make guaranteeing its supply much easier. Similarly, it would allow the US to deny oil to much of the rest of the world. And
holy, that's crazy. So basically, my friends, tell me if I'm understanding this correct. Basically, you guys can go self-sufficient, right? Because I know there is a lot of oil in Texas and places like that.
Texas, Alaska,
and
the
if
Gulf.
you guys control that specific region in the Middle East, we are there is no oil for us.
I think Russia has oil, but I don't know if they have the same level of operation as the Middle for extraction. I feel like this is actually, maybe it's not, but this location actually looks like a aluminum processing plant in Canada that in St. John's Bay of Fundy. I think it was St. John's, that we drove past on a tour. This looks very familiar to that area, especially with the water right next to it and stuff like that. they actually bring in bauxite and sulfuric acid, I believe, and are able to use that to render aluminum, which is really interesting for me to know. Like I that's from Satisfactory. Like I 100%, when they got to this area and they were talking about the process, I basically, like, they said, who can tell me where does aluminum come from? I was bauxite, and they were like, oh my god, really? How did you? Nobody ever knows that. I was like, video games, baby. Oh god. That's what I was saying. BP, right? Hey, Dark Link. Spring also, hey bestie, hi. BP, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. I believe that was BP. Okay, I'm saying yeah, but I don't actually know. I sent me what money bugs look like. Yep. That's what I was saying. This is more of a strategic move as well. Use someone else's oil first. That too, but also, yeah, if they're willing to sell it, so to speak. But also in this case, in the conflict, not only are you taking their supply, or you're using someone else's supply, but you're also denying other people their supply. Yep, big.
The rest of the world. Am I understanding this correct? Oh man, that's crazy.
Undermine the coalition's economies and military production. Europe, which would represent the US's most significant adversary, receives a significant amount of its crude oil and natural gas from the Middle East. This means that US military control of the region would harm Europe's ability to sustain a war effort for any extended period of time. China would face a similar issue, as over half of all its oil comes from the Middle East, making the region among one of the most likely.
Over half, but not all. So I think that they do get a lot of oil from Russia. The UK does have its own oil too. Yeah, I understand. Where are we talking, like Norway or like not obviously not in the UK, but like whereabouts? North Sea. Okay. So, and it's probably the same situation as America, where you have you have it, but you're not tapping into it because it's cheaper and more effective to get it from OPEC, to get it from Middle East. But in the event you sell most of it, okay, so you do tap into it, and in the event of a crisis, in the event of something like this, you would be able to use and sell what you didn't need. I imagine if the future was uncertain, you would probably not sell as much of it. You would probably use it, and then excess you'd probably store, because you would need to secure your future, essentially. Offshore wells as well. Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, and I believe, and this is what I was talking about before, where you have some countries that are very have a lot of enmity towards America, have enmity towards Europe, have enmity towards other places, but they're typically small enough that they don't really have the foresight, or they don't have the capability to create nuclear war, but they also don't have we don't care about them as much, because like they can't attack us in a way that would cause lasting damage. But the countries that do have the capability of attacking also have the connections and foresight to know that they don't want to go to that extent. So in the same way, I believe that the leaders of the UK, I would hope, and I think have the maturity and foresight to be able to understand the long-term effects of a global conflict, and would be able to make that distinction. So or make that decision. I don't doubt that that's the case.
Fronts in a global war.
Exactly, you can be self-sufficient.
But Russia,
couldn't some country give another resource and enable them to attack? Yes, absolutely. And that's what they talked about in the beginning, that there's four major, like, you've got Europe and the UK, Russia, China, and India are the four major, like, threats in a global conflict with America. But all of the other countries could still give material and financial support. Absolutely correct. But if 80% of all of the world's oil comes from the Middle East, and 60% of that comes from 80% comes from OPEC, and 60% comes from the Middle East. If that's the case, and America were to go in and secure that area and make it so that no oil got out except for what went to America, I think that would be very difficult to do. But I think America would devote a ton of resources to making it happen, because that would be crippling to America. If they didn't have the oil, I think that this conflict would be over a lot quicker. America would lose a lot quicker. But if they have the oil and they deny it to everybody else, I think that they actually have a chance. And by have a chance, I mean, I think they actually could. So that is why that's such a critical decision. And that's why they would put so much resources into securing it. If you had enough resources in the area, even though they are cut off from the main body of America, they could be essentially self-sufficient. Like most aircraft carrier are essentially floating cities. Like the amount of people, the amount of hardware, the amount of efficiency, self-sufficiency within the craft, it's essentially a city. The U.S. does have the Navy and Air Force to do that, and that's why, like, it would be a very, very high cost, because you're leaving yourself open to attack from all angles out there. However, they would definitely do it.
Have a lot of oil, right? And I believe places like Norway or Denmark.
Yeah, that's what you're
also
like,
have
the North Sea.
But maybe not enough.
The start of the conflict, the US
But
would first
UK would
strike
have that,
at
yeah.
oil-related facilities across the Middle East, using carrier-based strike aircraft plus medium and long-range ballistic missiles. US power projection means that even without bases in Afghanistan, the military could easily hit targets anywhere from the Mediterranean to the Strait of Hormuz. While regional powers could offer some resistance, none of them have anywhere close to the manpower or firepower needed to stop the US in an all-out war. While Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and several others do have modern fighter jets and other...
Yeah, the UAE, I think, is probably one of the richest places in the world. But I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think that they have an overwhelming military presence. I imagine they have a pretty significant military presence, but they are a very small group of countries. So I imagine, or it is, I think it is a country, they're a small group of emirates. I don't think that they have the level of military force that would result in a good counter for this. It would definitely be a significant threat. Same with China. China being so close would definitely have the military to be a significant threat, which is where it's like it becomes a lot more complicated. And again, if every single country was working in concert with each other, this becomes a different story, because essentially everybody, I feel like it would be a very even fight, if not a little overwhelming for America. However, they're all individual countries, and if they're not communicating as a single country, there's going to be a lot more difficulty.
weaponry, even they would not last.
That's true. That's true. I don't know much about them, but I know how impressive a lot of that technology is. So US and UK gave us some nuclear subs recently. That's what Chris was saying earlier. Yeah, and I just am imagining someone going, all right, here's the keys. This isn't for spiders. This isn't for emus. This isn't for kangaroos. Here you go. That's not a nuke. This is a nuke.
Very long up against the might of the DoD. And because each is an independent country, intelligence and resource sharing among them would also be limited, further reducing the region's ability to stand up to the US in a shooting war. Most of their assets' signals would also likely be jammed by America's powerful electronic warfare capabilities, which would disrupt enemy communications, targeting, and guidance systems across the region. The greatest threat to US control of the Middle East in our scenario comes from ground-based air defenses, as even older systems can shoot unsuspecting fighter jets from the sky. However, unlike Russia's recent experience in Ukraine, the US has actually proven that it can effectively destroy another nation's air defense network, as it did during Desert Storm in the 1990s. Today, this might be even easier due to...
It's the 90s, though. Now, we haven't been sleeping. Like, we've been still building and improving our technology, but so is everyone else. So I wouldn't want to use something, a 30-year-old conflict, to basically as our basis of capability. And it gives us a chance at the time. Yeah. Them Thunder Geese are fast. That's a good point. I mean, yeah. Drones are also a factor here. And that's what he's about to say. Yeah, drones would definitely be one of the biggest threats.
to the enormous arsenal of drones the US has access to. Most US losses in the air would likely come from such drones.
That's actually okay. I misheard it the first time. I thought they were saying that most US losses would come from drones that were used against them. It's the other way around. US is going to be employing a lot of drones to take out like the anti-air stuff. So while we're losing military hardware that costs a lot of money, we're not losing lives. So that is an absolute, yeah, Iran does have a lot of drones. Various countries and actually that actually is perfect. The UAE, even if they don't have a big, overall military in terms of like, military people who fly jets and stuff like that, they probably got a shit ton of drones. And yeah, that would definitely be a big part of this.
You know what, my friends, I'm gonna change my prediction. I'm Team America now. Let's go, baby. We are going to win this. Yeah.
He was like, yeah, let's see what it's like from the European perspective. And then after all this, he's like, I'm changing sides.
We are European.
I'm still on Team Europe. I want to see how this turns out team everyone else, just to see how this turns out. Because I think it would just be, if I were just like Team America, it'd be like USA. No, we're good.
Forget about that. I'm Team America.
Right, exactly. Time scale to take over, because if you get to the point where it is a war of attrition, and if America secures the oil, it's basically over. America can outlast and America can outspend pretty much everybody else combined. But it would be, as with mutually assured destruction, it's basically just a net negative for the entire world. So the entire world suffers, everybody suffers, war of attrition. But either there's some, and this is what, the best case scenario is, you get to a stalemate and then you start talking and you de-escalate from there. That's what they're trying to do with the whole Ukraine Russia thing. They're trying to get to the point where there's talking. I don't know everything that's going on about this, but right now, basically just trying to get everything to stop and bring up talking. Let's see what we can do to end this. But in the same way, if you got to this point in the fight with America, you would essentially want to get to that point where you could just talk and discuss diplomacy. But I imagine if it's the entire world versus America, if you're just saying that diplomacy is off the table, then yeah, you get a war of attrition, and it becomes who can starve each other the other out faster.
As well as fourth generation jets like the F-15.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Real talk, my friends. I thought Russia, China, but if there is no oil, this is no. I'm Team America at this point.
While its more modern F-18s and F-22s could evade all but the best air defense systems. After establishing air superiority, the US would then work to control all choke points into and out of the region, especially the easily blocked
Mr. Jordan,
Suez Canal,
wow,
where over 12% of global...
I feel like Mr. Jordan is the only one who can really stand up to Chris. Like, everybody else duels Chris, and Chris just wins. But Mr. Jordan is like, I can hold my own.
Trade passes through. If it was able to effectively keep regional control over the Middle East and its resources, the US would have a decent shot at winning against the rest of the world. A second major battlefield would be the Pacific, where the US would probably use its fleet to keep China and other East Asian nations contained and stop them from attacking the West Coast. This could
big
mean
gamble.
either a blockade of major trade and supply routes, as well as using islands like Hawaii and Guam to stage its own offensives. It would also utilize its fleet of aircraft carriers heavily in the Asia-Pacific region.
So this is gonna come to, there's gonna be a threat here against America, because it's not just oil that we need for defense stuff. It's also computer chips, and that's gonna come in a moment here.
As of this video, there are 47 aircraft carriers around the world. The largest 11 of these are all nuclear-powered carriers belonging to the US, which have more than twice the combined total deck space of every other country combined.
Damn, that's insane. I believe I already knew those things, but it's still insane to remember them, My friends, how crazy is this that America is fighting in two oceans,
Yeah,
and
that
doing well.
That is a very interesting thing to consider. You never think about it, but with the amount of military hardware, a lot of people hate the fact that there's so much spending on military. A lot of Americans hate the fact there's so much spending on military. But I mean, if you take the military budget versus the total government spending, I think it was actually like it was like less than 5% or something. It was crazy how much is spent out there. Beyond that, a lot of people don't like the fact that there's so much military spending, but the results are really clear. The fact that they could effectively hold on conflicts in multiple theaters of war and manage them all. That I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Like normally I'd look at this and be like, you're hyping it up a little bit. But this is a very logical and I feel like it's a very well put together, well thought, well reasoned video. It doesn't seem to be totally like pro America, like no, it's just sort of stating what is going to happen, and there are areas where it's like, yeah, this is not looking good for America in this field. So I'm really enjoying it too. I'm glad that you're enjoying it too.
At least so far. Things can change. Now, one thing before we continue with this video.
Like,
I've
subscribe.
been lacking some reactions to military stuff, to be honest with you, but I believe a lot of you guys enjoy my reactions to this type of stuff. So, again, leaving a like is always the best way to tell me that I should do more videos like this, because they are kind of exciting. Am I alone?
I don't know about that, because I feel like there's a lot of things that I produce that I'll put out a video and I'll be like, oh man, this one, everyone's gonna love this, is gonna be great. And it gets like, it doesn't go very far. There's not a lot of likes, and I'm talking about mostly shorts, to be honest. So if I ever get to the point where I'm producing long form content a little bit more often, it might be different. But if comments are more important than likes, true. But I think this is also a matter of like, I don't think that maybe once you get to a certain size and you're getting regularly like tens of thousands of views on everything that you put out, then at that point you can compare, oh, this video got 15,000 views, this video got 20,000 views, oh, this video got 500 likes, this video got 2,000 likes. But like I'll put out a video that I'm like, okay, this one's kind of just a filler, it's a good video, but it's not the same level as that other one, and boom, it's like 200,000 views, 4 million views. Like, what, that one really? So I feel like YouTube is a very arcane system that I don't think that is a great representation, unfortunately. 43, Jesus. Woo, 100, damn. God. Imagine Merrick did gamble. Like, don't do it, but imagine Merrick did gamble all. Like, oh, yeah. 1.34 million scrap. Yeah, I know you're not gonna do it because you're I thought about dude, the scrap heap alone, like if you lost, the scrap heap alone would be like over 100,000 scrap. Comments are more important than life. You fight with what you have, not in a few years. It's better to have 11 carriers now rather than need them and not have me. Agreed.
On this. Oh man,
100% of what I go sleep. Yeah, you're right. It's
think about this. Very easy for you.
1/5, so then no, it'd be less than 100,000. You're right. You're right.
And in a global war, could use them to deny access to anything approaching the U.S. mainland. Again, oil would be another top concern, and the U.S. could use its massive navy to gain control.
Ad break. I don't think anyone here actually is. Or at least anyone talking. If anyone's not seeing this, you can't respond to what I'm saying.
All of the Strait of Malacca, which carries up to 40% of the world's trade every year. While less easily choked off than the Suez Canal, a US blockade of this waterway would also devastate most economies in Asia, giving the US serious economic leverage over China, India, and others. The US would also likely...
Right, so this is where like various canals that are the primary transportation. And this is why there's a lot of issues with like the pirates over in that area, where there's a lot of pirate activity where they're basically just attacking and doing tolls and stuff on people going through that area. Like, not for long. No. So if the U.S. came in and basically blockaded that area with their naval, that would be a serious move. However, they are very close to China at that point, and China has a significant capability. That would be a difficult position to hold, I think.
Exert its naval power in the South China Sea,
Yeah,
which it could
true.
use to launch strikes against China, Japan,
My
the
God.
Philippines, or any other regional power. Heavy fighting would ensue across the sea and air domains all around the South China Sea, and could account for the heaviest US casualties in any theater of this hypothetical war.
Yeah, I
They
absolutely
are not
agree.
defending. They are attacking now.
That's a good point. Yeah, like in this hypothetical where it's the entire world versus the US is on the offense. Like, goddamn. But yeah, I absolutely agree with him saying that this would be probably the area with the most actual casualty. Like when we were fighting in World War II, obviously this is almost 100 years ago. But the battle in the Pacific was one of the most grueling, gruesome conflicts that I think we've had in a very long time, at least with another country. I think the Revolutionary War, or not the Revolution, the Civil War was probably one of our worst. The Battle in the Pacific was U.S. and Vietnam. I think the U.S. and Vietnam was definitely it was basically an impossible situation. Like we were fighting a force that was so at home, like it was their territory, it was their home, it was their land. Like they had so many advantages. We were not in a good way. We were outmatched in all but like just pure technology, pure force. Yeah, we had them, but we couldn't apply that force. You know, I can't play rivals. I do. How you doing, buddy? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I still need more packing tonight, sadly. Like, do you need any more? Do you need more people to record stuff? I could jump in for a few after this. Oh, that was after Drunky took the bot scrap a while back. The bot being number 2, or that is. Wait, how much does here? Let's see how much the bot has. Hang on. How are you? Doom. It doesn't say. Now we got the Overwatch 2 stuff. Best of luck to V. This workaround method kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. I really hope that the replay stuff is fixed in the next patch. It should be tonight, right?
A potential target is Taiwan, where over 90% of the world's advanced microchips are currently fabricated. The
90% of the world's microchips, over 90% of the world's microchips. Microchips are so integral. I don't think a lot of people understand this. Microchips are so integral in anything that is higher than just analog. Like almost everything in your house has microchips in it. Like most like your thermostat, obviously, but then your actual water heater, most likely, and anything relatively new in the last like probably 20 years or so has microchips in it, you know, running it. Vehicles, you know, if we're talking about military missile systems, guidance systems, one of the things I worked on was something called TADS, which was it was like a radar system for helicopters, and like everything, even though they use 80s code, which is frightening to know. A lot of these missiles ran off of like code that was developed in the 80s and 90s, which I didn't even know code was developed back in the 80s and 90s. But yeah, reaction now. It was working for Drunky. Silicon Valley is a thing. That's true. Well, no, Silicon Valley is a thing. That's where they use microchips. They don't make them there. So if you blow up a missile, the microchips that's inside probably didn't survive. You need another microchip for another missile. So
US might even need to seize and try to occupy the island to stop the global coalition from dominating the production of modern electronics. To do so, the US would inevitably have to challenge China as well. Chinese air defenses and ballistic missile capabilities are already powerful alone, and if combined with the assets of every other country in the region, could potentially pose a problem for the US.
Yeah, so in this hypothetical, Japan and China are aligned against America. and that's a big problem for America in this situation. So you got other countries too. You got Vietnam, you got Korea, you got South Korea, North Korea, you got Japan. India's over here. They still have, like, if America has gone down here and taken over the canals, India is going to be a lot less of a threat in the Taiwan area. But China, Japan, Korea, you know, all these different places, not looking great. Not Japan. That's where I get my anime from.
The naval base on Guam would be especially vulnerable to strikes by ballistic missiles, which could overwhelm its limited air defenses. Even so, the US...
That Taiwan thing is a bit more crazy because that could be real.
But ballistic missiles, that's an interesting thing, because a lot of, like, if you have a tracking missile, a missile that actually uses any kind of guidance, ballistic missiles may have some form of limited guidance, but typically it's basically sent, and like its trajectory is where it's going. It's just going that way. So anything with a guidance system or anything that can be tracked, like a heat seeking or tracking missile or anything like that, they can be distracted in certain ways, overtaken. A ballistic missile typically cannot. So US will probably will with the naval side, but mainland China, no, not an invasion anyway. I think that the amount of military hardware located in China, the distance away from mainland America, I think that it would be very hard pressed to do anything with that region. That entire region would be kind of a no-go zone until we were able, like, we would have to have essentially fully encompassed. And I think, you know, fighting against China would be like invading and fighting against China would be a very similar prospect to invading and fighting against America. There, like, you would have to go through a lot of land to get to any other side, and the sea is probably their most defended side. So
This
yeah,
scenario,
sheer amount of people. I would say though that if you were to put, like, if you were to compare apples to apples, the average Chinese citizen versus the average American citizen, I think that the average Chinese citizen is probably more devoted to their country than the average American citizen. But the average Chinese citizen, at least from when I visited, was a lot more complacent with their government, or basically they trusted their government to defend them. So the citizens, the individuals in China, are not as threatening as the individuals in America. The individuals in China probably do not have access to guns. And if they had access to guns, they probably don't know how to use them in the way that, like, if China just gave everybody a gun, they probably could. But those people probably have never seen a gun in their life except for in the hands of a military personnel. You're right with the company. Damn it, Freudian slip.
will never happen. Let's all be honest. But the Taiwan thing can actually become a reality.
This is interesting to see it, like, a battle group this close. That's like, knowing the capabilities of those individual ships. That is very imposing.
In the near future, right?
US Navy is so powerful that every country in the East Pacific combined would be occupied with fending it off, and probably could not launch their own strikes on the
I do know how right that is, sadly.
US mainland. And because the US Navy is larger than those of the next 8 countries combined, it could easily fight in 2 or 3 theaters at once, making simultaneous blockades of Europe, the Middle East, and Asia Pacific a real possibility. Another aspect of a global war would involve submarines, which unsurprisingly the US has more of than almost anyone else.
I think this would end in the US essentially basically being self-sufficient and everybody else, like, not touching it. It'd be like if you threw a porcupine into a cat enclosure. Like, yeah, maybe the cats all want the porcupine, but if the porcupine just balls up and sticks out, the porcupine's got a lot more heavy armaments than each individual cat. Like, all the cats might, you know, be able to fend off a porcupine from attacking them, but they ain't getting the porcupine.
Its fleet contains 53 fast attack submarines.
would be after would be bow and arrow. No, I feel like the World War III has already happened, and World War III and World War IV, World War V will almost all be cyber. Like, you've got cyber attacks going on, you've got infrastructure being taken out with things, you've got propaganda and other things basically being used to influence and control. Like, do you really need to take over physically a company or a country? Do you really need to physically take over a country if you can influence their politics and their government in such a way that they serve your interests? Do you really need to take over a country if you can manipulate things in such a way that they are a vassal state to you as your country? I mean, like, you know, China has a lot of countries where they do deals with them to basically provide them with technology, with infrastructure, with money, with other things as a compensation to, you are now my bitch. There's a lot of countries that China has made, or, you know, arrangements with for massive amounts of money and infrastructure, and giving them, yeah, definitely, you can take that. Don't worry about it. I'll come back and ask a favor for you later. You know. And keeps saying the right word and changes it to the wrong one. I thought this was the Cold War too. I feel like we don't have the Cold War right now, mostly because I don't know, actually. Never mind. But I've heard this before, where you have different types of warfare. What is the tiers of warfare? Tiers of warfare, yeah. Okay, tiers of warfare are sort of 3 distinct levels of war: strategic, operational, tactical. No. Cyber, propaganda. You know, you've got cyber effects and warfare categorizing. There was a term for, I don't want to get too much into that because it starts getting into really weird topics. But there was a term for, like, the tiers of war, where basically you had the old fashioned war of, like, the musket lines, where it's stand, fire, pa, and load, stand, fire, pa. You know, that more like that's probably like tier 2 or tier 3. Then you've got trench warfare, where you get up to like tier 4. Then you've got chemical warfare, which becomes like tier 5, where you're basically you're reducing your actual just bullets flying, and you've got that. Then you've got mechanical warfare, where you've got automatic weapons and flying machines and stuff like that, which is where we got to World War. World War I was the very first introduction of, like, automatic weapons and tanks and stuff like that, in chemical warfare. World War II was like essentially the perfection of those things, so much more capable than World War I. But now you have cyber warfare, you have infrastructure warfare, you've got political warfare, where you can actually insert like let's say God, what was it? There's a great game for let's just say Skyrim. What is, if you were a mage and you saw a massive group of enemies and you had the spell Fury, one of the best things that you can do is just make one of them angry at the other one. And now there's a bunch of fighting. And you're just sitting back going, I'll step in and take out who's left. Total war. Proxy wars, total war. The British war. I think that there's actually a term for this, because there's a bunch of books on this subject of, like, the various phases or stages of, it's like the tiers of warfare. I believe it's the tiers of warfare, because it's essentially like ranking the impact, effectiveness, and reach of various tiers. Well, let's just continue.
Marines, 14 nuclear-capable ballistic missile subs, and 4 guided missile subs. Even without using the world-ending nuclear capabilities of an Ohio-class submarine, this massive fleet would allow the US to launch stealth attacks on enemy naval vessels anywhere in the world, completely undetected. while America would be far more hard-pressed to fend off a
Oh my god, take a look at that. Sorry. Every time I see this, I always think about the music. What you gonna do when they come for you? Well, yeah, nothing, probably.
global coalition on the ground. At sea, the US stands a much better chance of victory.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you said earlier, Chris, where they sort of like learn from the UK, where have a big navy and keep a big navy. And even if we don't have the capability to hold a ground war or even maintain, like we'll probably be able to maintain locally our borders. Maybe not the North Dakota area, like coming in from Canada, or certain areas in the desert area north of Mexico, but Texas and California are probably safe. Seattle's probably safe from we'll be able to defend there. New York and Maine and those areas, those are probably safe. Like the majority of areas on the land are probably safe. Alaska's got more naval bases than people. They're probably safe. Hawaii is a fucking naval base. They are the naval base. So yeah, they're safe. So location wise, locally, we're probably safe, but we're gonna have a lot of trouble like exerting force in other countries, except for maybe the Middle East, the waterways and controlling the Navy, because like you said, the Navy is power. Yep. Don't touch our boats. Exactly. Remember what we did after Germany touched the hood.
A third global area of battle would be the Americas, where the US would have the greatest ability to marshal forces and project power.
Yeah.
And because Mexico, Canada, and other countries in the region are far less powerful, there is a good chance the US could blockade, control, or destroy the majority of their military and economic resources.
You know what's crazy? I feel like at the beginning of the video, what the guy said was, we left farmers fighting against Canada and we are safe. Farmers will win. Sorry, Canada. It is what it is.
Canada and Venezuela.
I think the amount of rural Americans with guns is more than probably the total population of Canada. I think obviously the Canadian military would be able to do it. But I think that this is like Canada has two major population centers, the east and the west areas. There are people living in cities every now and again here and there, but there's a lot of area that does not have people in it. So the landmass itself is not, in the same way with Alaska. Alaska is 99.9999999% empty. Canada's probably a little bit more populated than Alaska, but in terms of like overall landmass to people ratio. Sink the Bismarck and send our send the whole Navy after the sun. Yeah, exactly.
Venezuela are both obvious targets because of their status as oil producers, and in a global war, the
Venezuela,
US would
yeah.
probably aim to shut down or take control of resources in both. Another obvious target is the Panama Canal.
Yes,
which serves
like
as
the Suez
gateway
Canal
between
and
the
other places
Atlantic
like that,
and
yep.
Pacific, and where 40% of all US
40%.
container shipping flows through. The US controlled the canal from 1903 to 1979 and would try to...
We gave it away for a buck. I mean, obviously, like I'm pretty sure if my understanding is correct, which it's likely not in this case, I'm pretty sure America funded the building of the Panama Canal. Now, it's been upgraded and changed and stuff over the years. I don't know how much America's added to that, but
seize it again during a global war. This would also provide a choke point against the militaries of Central and South America. Chile is another potential target, as the country supplies 28% of the world's copper, critical for the production of modern electronics. Now,
Chile also has the world's highest concentration of volcanoes, and if we can harness the raw geothermal potential of the Earth to fight our enemies, Torbjorn would be very happy.
Now, obviously, a hypothetical alliance of every other country in the world would have the numerical advantage in overall troops and economic resources. But keep in mind that as of 2022, US military spending was $877 billion, constituting 40% of the global total and more than the next 10 countries combined.
So, interestingly enough, it's not more than 50%. So America does not spend as much as the world on military spending. The rest of the world.
Number is absurd. You know, it's really absurd.
Yeah.
This year or next year will be 900 billion, I believe, right, my friends?
Today, this enormous sum still only accounts for about 3%
Actually,
of the country's.
I think 3% of our GDP. That is insane. I think that we're aiming to reduce, not increase. So who knows? In a couple of years, maybe this battle plan, this war game goes in the world's favor instead of U.S. Basically, back Panama against Colombia so that it could build after Colombia said no. Because I think from what I've heard millions of times, same person, is that it was the single most costly project in American history in terms of lives lost while doing it. May the card. I think yeah. I'm thing is, I feel like I'm a very realistic person. I feel like I try to be as reasonable as possible. I try to think things through in the most rational way. And honestly, I also feel like I'm a lot more optimistic than most people when it comes to the state of the world and the state of various countries. Like a lot of people are like, oh, this thing's bad. Everything's bad. You're looking at like one thing, one aspect. It's like if you went into a house and you found out that one of the faucets had the hot and the cold levers reversed, and the hot lever gave you cold water and the cold lever gave you hot water, and you were like, oh my god, the injustice, the travesty, what is this? I'm living in this hellhole, and the rest of the house is totally fine. It's like, yeah, there's problems, but I think you're blowing them out of proportion, or at the very least, once you fix that problem, you can focus on fixing that problem instead of just yelling about how bad it is. Focus on fixing it, you know? Exactly. First world problems, exactly. Yeah.
GDP. In a global war, this percentage would almost certainly increase and could rise to similar levels as World War II, when US military spending accounted for over 40% of national GDP.
Well, friends, I did wait. At one point, the 40% of the. Oh my. So basically, America was in full war mode.
Today, that would mean somewhere close to $10 trillion a year in military.
Holy sweet potato, 10 trillion. I don't even know that number.
Holy sweet potato.
Spending from the US alone, nearly 5 times the global total from 2022.
You know what would happen if the world was ending? I'd stream. And I'd just hang out with you guys. I might get out my violin and be like, it was a pleasure to exist with you.
Astronomical numbers like these mean that a war of attrition against America would also be likely to fail, as the country could outspend the rest of the world several times over for many years. To gain a true strategic edge over the US, a global coalition would have to somehow outgun and outspend the Defense Department.
They're all multi-stream.
And can this video at least give some positive feedback?
Yeah, but the end of the world's probably going to take a long time, right? Like, it's not going to be a situation where everything just goes up in flames immediately, right? It's going to take a little while. So we can milk it a bit.
About the rest of the world, we are just praising America. I mean, sorry, my friends, but what can we do to make this a bit more closer?
Maintaining their own smaller economies.
I'm Team America, so, but, you know, playing devil advocate.
Another crucial domain in a global conflict with the US would play out in cyberspace. This would probably be the first line of contact between the warring parties, as both sides would attempt to gain information superiority and take each other's systems offline. While
honestly, for a moment, I thought America was about to shoot rockets from the moon.
Hardcore dev, I feel like it's like the economy. It's always going up and down. Like there's so many different factors. I would say that every single year we are better off than the year before. Not necessarily with, you know, like COVID, I think was an outlier. I think that's not an indication of our overall technological progression. I think our technological progression is more. Now the question becomes, are we happier with higher tech stuff? Like if you were living in a if you had a tent and you were camping and you were living and you had like a dog and your family and you were out there, you're all, chopping wood and cooking up, fishing and cooking up your fish and eating like that, and you were happy. And then you come home and you got a TV and you got a phone and you got this and that and the other. You have more technology, not necessarily happier. So the question becomes, what do you mean by better or lower? Also, hardcore dev! It's good to see you. Think of it this way. Every year we are one step closer to cat girls being real. And it becomes a perspective of, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would love jet boots. Yeah. Downhill since Harambe. The dream. Oh my God. I imagine that we're actually at a point where they can be real virtually. Physically, I don't know. I don't think so. But virtually, right now, we are at a point where I have been playing with AI. And by that, I mean I've been playing with AI story generation. And we're going to quickly go over here. Perchance AI story. Perchance AI story generator. Unlimited, no free sign up. A story about a an invisible friendly dragon that lives in the woods near a military base. Let's see how this goes. Again, story. The old oak tree stood the old oak tree stood tall and stoic, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms to the patch of sky that peeked through the dense canopy. Its leaves rustled gently in the cool evening breeze, whispering secrets that only the creatures of the woods knew. Beneath its mighty trunk, a small, unassuming clearing lay nestled amongst the ferns and wildflowers. Describe the dragon. 8 paragraphs. Now, it doesn't actually always do the number of paragraphs, but it one paragraph at a time. Fuck. Turn that off. In the center of the clearing, where a soft beam of moonlight managed to break through the foliage, was a creature that most humans would dismiss as a figment of their imagination. Dragon, invisible to the naked eye, sprawled out in a relaxed slumber. It was not the monstrous beast of legend, but a sleek, serene creature, its scales a perfect blend with the surroundings of shadows. Only its emerald eyes, reflecting the moon's glow, hinted at the presence of something extraordinary. What are its motivations? And taking people's job as a tool has been so helpful. Exactly.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Auto weight paint model. So yeah, and I feel like the whole AI taking people's jobs thing, I think using something as a tool as progress grows, that's happened all the time. Like there are jobs that are completely unnecessary for a person to do. There are jobs where it is entirely demeaning for a person to be in that job, correct? Like, let's say you have a job where, Jesus Christ, that's more than eight paragraphs. Let's say you have a job where the entire job is to pick up a box from this location, move it to this location, and then pick up a box from this location and move it to this location. You can build a machine that can do that. And it's not about saving money, not about saving costs. That person could better be, used elsewhere. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. It finished. Jesus Christ. Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it was 9 paragraphs. See, this thing fucked up. The dragon's name was Luna. All right. The dragon's name was Luna, and she had lived in these woods for centuries, hidden from the prying eyes of civilization. Her motivations were simple. She craved peace and solitude, a stark contrast to the tumultuous history of her kind. Luna had witnessed wars and chaos, and she had chosen this quiet corner of the world to live in harmony with nature, far from the battles and greed that had driven her kin to near extinction. Her days were spent exploring the vast expanse of the forest, playing with the woodland creatures that had come to accept her as one of their own, and occasionally using her invisibility to sneak into the nearby military base, not to cause havoc, as one might expect from a dragon of old, but to listen to the humans and to understand their complex ways. She had developed a peculiar fashion with their rituals, their tools, and their strange metal beasts that roared across the land and sky. Luna's curiosity had led her to form a secret bond with the soldiers. They never knew she was there, but she felt a kinship with them. They too were guardians in a sort, protecting their lands from unseen dangers. As the night grew darker, she could feel the vibrations of their activities increasing, the distant rumbles of engines and shouts and commands that grew more pronounced. It was a reminder that she was not entirely alone in her vigil. The dragon's thoughts drifted to the recent changes in the woods. The military's presence had grown stronger, their exercises more frequent. It was an unwelcome disturbance to the natural balance she had come to cherish. Yet she knew she could not interfere. She had made a promise to herself long ago to maintain her solitary life. But as the sounds grew louder, Luna felt a stirring within her, an ancient instinct that whispered of a time when dragons were not just observers but active participants in the fate of the land. Her eyes narrowed as she sensed something was amiss. The humans were not just playing their games tonight. There was a tension in the air, a scent of fear and urgency. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the night. Luna's slumber was abruptly shattered. She bolted upright, her invisible form taut with alarm. The sound had come from the base, and it was not one of their usual noises. Her heart pounded as she recognized the distress cry. It was a call for help. Without hesitation, Luna took to the skies, her invisible wings slicing through the air as she soared through the source of the sound. The dragon's protective instincts, so long dormant, were now fully awake. Something was wrong, and she could no longer stand idly by. As she approached the fence line of the military base, she knew she was about to cross a boundary she had maintained for centuries. The lights of the base grew brighter, casting eerie shadows across the landscape as she hovered just beyond the perimeter. The shrieks grew more desperate, and she could feel the panic emanating from the humans. It was time to decide. Would she remain a silent observer, or would she reveal herself to aid those who had unwittingly shared her home for so long? The dragon's heart ached with the weight of her decision. If she acted, she might save lives, but she would also risk exposing herself and her tranquil existence that she had cultivated. Yet, as she heard the cries for help echo through the night, she knew she could not ignore the plight of her unknowing neighbors. With a deep breath, Luna descended, ready to face whatever peril lurked within the human stronghold.
I have discovered this about a week ago. I have spent 40 or 50 hours crafting stories. I have like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories of more than 70 something pages, a lot of them. So in this, you can also like say, let's say I didn't like this thing. I can delete this and I can rewrite my own. I can delete parts and rewrite pieces. I can take, every time you rewrite something, it will take that into consideration going forward, because every time you hit generate or next paragraph or whatever, it will reread everything that has been written, your initial foundation, everything that's been written so far that you've left in there, and what you think should happen next. It will reread all of that, and it will produce the next bit. It will often add things that I did not expect. Like, I've created one where I had 2 adventurers who essentially, like, they met. One was a monster, one was an adventurer, and they met in the form of a clash, and they came to an impasse and decided that they would
stop fighting and learn more about each other and try to like understand why they were fighting. And they came to a sort of friendship, and now they travel together, and she's like she was basically like a I don't know, a dragon or something like that, and he was an adventurer, and they were fighting together, and she would help him in his fights, and there was all this like, you know, conflict and story and this, that, and the other. And then suddenly the thing says, as they made their way to the city of Valoria, they you know, went blah 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 blah. They came to the inn, and the burly dwarf the burly dwarven innkeeper Grom came and greeted them. And I'm like, what the fuck is all that? It was adding in characters entirely on its own, and just it worked. A lot of it just worked. It was great. That's pretty good. It's more than a tool then. Exactly. If anything, using AI can work more jobs rather than multiple people being hired. You should check the Suno AI sometimes for music. Yes, Barry has shown me some of those, and I was thinking about making some. And this is where it's like using a tool. Imagine, and this is my argument that I'm crafting. If you think of a musical composer, if you think of someone who composes music and someone who is the director at the front of an orchestra, the orchestrator or whatever, I can't, the conductor. Every person in there is playing with the expertise that they have crafted in their skill. But the person creating the music is the conductor. They are playing the orchestra, essentially. They are telling the orchestra the tempo. They are telling the orchestra when you are going. If you, as the person, are working with this AI, the AI is essentially your orchestra. You are crafting and conducting and composing something through the capabilities that the AI generates. Just because you don't have the skill in every musical instrument does not mean that a person does not have the ability to craft music, right? So if somebody has a musical song in their mind that does not exist elsewhere and they want to bring it into reality, they can use these tools to create that. And just because they didn't spend years of their life learning how to use those musical instruments does not mean that they don't have a right to create something with this. Now, so many people are against AI, and I understand that there are aspects of AI that are definitely bad, but I believe that the concept is 100% a benefit. And that's just the way. I use AI sometimes to generate reference images. My argument is the difference of me scanning 100 of images of Google for my own interpretation. Exactly. 100%. Colleges against AI. No, I think that there is a good reason for that, though. In Avenzo, I believe that colleges and places of learning should be against using AI, because it's kind of like there's a lot of math tests that won't let you use a calculator, right? A calculator is essentially a tool that makes it so that you don't have to make calculations on your own. So if you can use a calculator, that typically means that the point of the test is not showing that you can calculate, but showing that you know what calculations to use and how to apply the mathematical principles that you've learned. So if you have an assignment that is to say, I want you to express to me via your language skills a subject. I want you to write an essay. I want you to write a story, something like that. If you just use AI to write it for you, you're not effectively communicating your capabilities to the professor. You're not effectively communicating your capabilities to pass that class. That absolutely makes sense. Your friend got fined $200. Jesus. I feel like they shouldn't get fined. They should just lose their grade. The problem now is professors are using those AI detection things, which are AI, which regularly get false positive. Yeah, there's a whole anti-AI detection AI out there. Like, I think ChatGPT has an AI detector thing that basically allows you to write something with an AI and then pass it through something that will turn it human, like make it more human and make it undetectable by AI detection. I think that's a very bad application of AI, in the same way though that calculators were devastating to math classes when calculators were invented, right? Like if you like, obviously the abacus has been around forever, so that's a terrible example. But let's say that you had a you know, the introduction of the PDA, that you could now, you know, the PDA back in the day could connect to the internet. Now, in a class, if you were asked to memorize or learn how, you know, certain historical events happened, and instead of spending time learning them and becoming proficient in understanding them, you decided to, on the test, use your PDA to just look it up on Google or whatever equivalent we had back then, to just find a website that had all the information, just have it on your PDA. Obviously, you're doing something that is circumventing the point of the testing for that class. You're doing something to avoid actually having to understand the thing, and instead use a tool to circumvent the certification process and get the result of, because what's the point of school? What is the point of a college? Not school in general. If the point of a college or school is to learn, if you went and you didn't get a degree, there are people who go to colleges and what is called the audit classes, where essentially they sit in on classes, learn subjects without actually paying for them, but also they don't get a degree for it. Now, the point of that is to learn, right? You're attempting to enrich yourself with knowledge. That is completely rendered useless if you use AI to get past all of the checkpoints. You don't actually need to know anything. So that's out of the question. So now, if you just want to use it to just get your degree, what's the point of a degree? The point of a collegiate degree or any school degree is to prove that you understand a subject to the extent that you were accredited by this institution that you understand that subject. If you use a tool to circumvent their methods of verifying that you understand it, then you're rendering all of the people with that degree worthless. Not the people, the degree. You're rendering the degree worthless, because if you can get past this subject without actually knowing it, and you have this degree, but you don't know anything that degree actually taught, well, then that degree is worthless. That degree doesn't mean anything. And that is absolutely the reason why AI in certain subjects is banned and potentially finable. Lurk, I need foods. Okay, no worries. I use AI sometimes. Exactly. The problem now is that professors using AI paraphrasing. Exactly. People use AI to cheat their homework. It's I use AI to put bodybuilders' arms on a seagull. We are not the same. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Also, I hit 5K team kill on Rat. Nice. Riptire was insane. Wait, PDA like from the game Subnautica? Yeah, exactly. So a PDA stands for personal digital assistant. It's essentially your phone right now is what a PDA used to be without the phone capabilities. It used to be something that had the ability to take notes, keep a calendar and keep your alerts, all the things that a phone does right now, minus go to the internet and get all the information and make calls. Or actually, no, it had the internet capability, and just minus all the calls stuff was GG's. I learned good talking. Yeah, it was good talking to you, man. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hit some Death Slinger snipes. I don't know what that means. They told me I was hacking. I don't know what Death Slinger means. Anyway, so yeah, this is an amazing tool. I'm gonna link this to you guys. Highly recommend if you are interested in creating stories. To me, I love reading stories. This has created for me a story that has never been told or written. I will read some of these. I will write some stories. I've gotten so addicted. I've written over hundreds of pages over hundreds of pages. I've written combined probably around 300 pages with these tools. And most of the time when it writes something out, I will go back and make edits and change things. I will change up wording, because a lot of things, like these are some of the things that you're always going to get. You're always going to get, where is it? Peace and Solitude. A stark contrast. Here we go. A stark contrast to the tumultuous history of their kind. A lot of times that wording comes up in these stories generated by this. It uses this, a stark contrast to this, like the velvety touch of the couch was warm, a stark contrast to the iron that the floor was made of, or something stupid like that. That, and then also constant florid language, like every like this one didn't have it, oddly enough. But like if I'm using something else, at the end of every section of paragraphs, the last paragraph will have like, with this new step of their adventure, they knew their friendship would get them through any problem, and this, it just like, okay, it's like 6 sentences just jerking off the writing of this thing. So I'm just gonna delete that. Also starting new series, play oh, Dead by Daylight, right? Got it. The DVD match every day until my main channel hits 100 subs. Yeah, I mean, best of luck with that. I think consistency is important. Consistency, and also when you're making content, try to identify what about that content could be better. You take feedback. If somebody comes in and says something negative about your video, even if it's insulting, first of all, yeah, if they're insulting, get rid of them, to that person. But take note of what they said. Like if somebody comes in and tells me, hey, your videos are a little short there, bub, I don't really know what you're talking about, then I'll work on making them a little bit more detailed and interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's just finish this.
Who knows?
US Cyber
5
Command
more
would
minutes.
almost certainly be overwhelmed with attacks by many actors at once. America could also use its own highly effective attacks to shut down enemy power grids.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is we have internet infrastructure, but a lot of I don't know where the servers are for a lot of the websites that hold information on the internet. Because one of the things that we've got is we've got this international line of cables that connects America and Europe and you know, Japan and all that stuff like that the internet essentially is travels through that, as well as satellites, but also, you know, they've got a lot of hard lines. So a lot of the satellites we would lose access to because they're multinational. Although actually that's another interesting facet that this video doesn't go into. America controls a crap load of satellites. So there's a lot of satellites that other countries that use for communication that they wouldn't be able to use for communication because the corporations or government of America that sells that access to them would stop selling it to them. Huh, interesting.
Computer networks, weapons, electronics, and much more. And while it's not as dominant in cyberspace as in the real world, the US still has by far the most capable and best funded capabilities in the world. In the 2024 fiscal year, US cyber spending will rise to more than $25 billion. And
Jesus.
the country continues to top every
that's still
ranking
not
of national cyber.
So 25 billion versus like the 800 and something billion, 877 billion of the military spending. So it's a lot, but it's not nearly as much as the military spending. But then again, it doesn't really have to be. It's mostly virtual. It's mostly paying people to develop defenses and infiltration tactics.
Power. However, this domain would also be one of the biggest dangers to the US in a global war, as cyber attacks are notoriously difficult to predict and defend against. A well-placed cyber attack by a less powerful nation could still be catastrophic and would probably be a more serious immediate threat to US citizens than a
So Chris, what I mentioned was there's another interesting thing. I was starting to talk about internet. I was like, yeah, there's a cable that goes across the Atlantic from, I believe, New York to somewhere in Europe, that a lot of internet passes through. But then you also got satellites. Who owns the satellites? I think most of the satellites are, if not all, but a lot of the satellites are American. There's a lot of Chinese satellites. There's some Russian satellites, stuff like that. There are several cables. That's true. But if those were cut, or if we basically blocked information, that would reduce a lot of cyber attack vectors. But satellites. But then I thought, wait, how many satellites in space are owned by America, and how many of those are commercial satellites for internet? Like Starlink, obviously, is a good example, but in general, there's a lot. Now, there's a lot of countries out there that use those satellites for satellite internet, satellite TV, satellite this, that, and the other. If they just turned that off, I wonder how much that would affect America, because America would still be able to use them. But the question becomes, are there a lot of foreign meaning non-American controlled satellites that we use for communication and stuff like that? I would imagine there are some, and that would be another vector of weakness for the America. GPS is mainly US based. I imagine that. And I went to Japan, and that's one of the things. If anyone ever goes to Japan, I recommend two major things that are huge. One is your internet. You need to get a little block that is a portable Wi-Fi generator. It's like $15 a week, or maybe $40 a week. It's relatively inexpensive, and you basically get 5G internet anywhere you go, every day, wherever you go. For it's 40 bucks for a week. And it might have gone up a little bit, actually. I think I looked at it was like 55. Whatever the case is, it's true. It's accurate. Yeah, cutting off GPS would be a huge advantage. But so being able to walk around and use your phone and use GPS in Japan was godly amazing. Like, if I said I want to go from here to here, it would give me a lot of, like, every route using the train station, all of the trains that I could take. It would give me the ideal, like, okay, go to this station, you will catch this train. If you miss this train, the next one will be there in 5 minutes. And like everything was taken care of. I could get anywhere I needed to go very easily, very quickly. A lot of it like did take a little bit of getting used to in terms of like understanding the train signage and everything like that, but it was all very much color oriented. Like they had blue, purple, yellow, this, that, and the other. Pretty easy. And everything was also in both English and Japanese on the digital display. On the analog displays, everything was in Japanese only. So that and translate. If you can, there's a lot, like, speaking of AI, there's Google Translate. You can just hold your phone up, have the camera going, and it will live translate everything in that it can read. I use that on a KFC menu, and it just everything was just easy. Now it's not all perfect. Like it'll have like a lemon custard pie will be like lemon filled pie or something like that. But I was astounded at how easy it was for me as a person who did not speak a lick of Japanese, except for I know how to speak Japanese. No, that's Portuguese. Nihongo ga skoshi wakarimasu is I speak a little bit of Japanese, which is absolutely incorrect because, or I guess it's correct because I literally only know that phrase and maybe like one other. But so I was able to live very comfortably in Japan for about 12 days, and I would definitely go again. Konnichiwa, ohayou gozaimasu. Yep. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Kinetic strike on the country. However, again, we have no way of knowing how much American cyber spending would increase in a total war, or how quickly that would lead to new capabilities. All the elements point to a big conclusion. The US is so powerful that it could take on the rest of the world for weeks or months with no certain winner. Because of this, such a hypothetical conflict would likely become a war of attrition in both the physical and digital worlds. The US would work to starve the world's other major powers of oil, war supplies, and other vital resources, while
I
attempting—
wonder if you could just create a video like this with AI. Like, tell me what would happen if the US and the rest of the world went to war, and then it all prints out in AI, and it's like, okay, have a text-to-speech AI voice read this, and AI generate me a video with a bunch of pictures related to the voice that's being done. Yeah, it'll suck though.
to preserve its
I
own.
imagine it's a good foundation that you can build upon, right?
A true assault on the US mainland would be extremely difficult because of the country's size, geographic positioning, and incredibly well-armed military and civilian population.
Oh man, I agree. The thing is, I honestly, and I guess we are at the end, I
That's-
feel like this will be about if they can control the oil or not. Because I believe being self-sufficient is possible, right? But if you guys cannot take the oil of the other countries, I don't know, I think the other countries may overwhelm America eventually in a war of attrition. But if you...
Yeah, basically it becomes if America is able to control the oil and no other country has the oil from, if we're able to completely control the oil from the Middle East, everybody else is severely crippled. They will still have oil from Russia and from various other places like mostly, but it's not going to be. It's going to be a much more difficult prospect for them, and it already would be a difficult prospect if, on an even playing field. It's already a difficult prospect without oil. It's nearly impossible. If U.S. is able to get Taiwan, it's basically a done deal. Like at that point, with Taiwan, Chile, and Middle East, U.S. wins. With only the Middle East, it's a close U.S. victory. Without the Middle East, it's either a stalemate or the U.S. loses, but it's close.
If you guys can, I think the rest of the world loses.
Because of the US military's global presence.
And I think a victory for the US in this idea, in this theoretical scenario is pretty much exactly what things already are. Meaning that the US may actually take territory in the conflict to you know, create bases of operations, stuff like that, especially in Japan, in, I don't know about China, but in the area surrounding the Middle East, in places in the Americas, like up probably all of Canada and probably most or all of Mexico, and possibly even areas in Russia and stuff like that. However, I imagine at that point, America would essentially try to force a ceasefire and say, we'll give you back your shit. Stop attacking us. And that's like the end.
Most of the fighting would likely happen elsewhere, opening.
Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that. And honestly, I really like doing stuff like this because I like talking it through myself. And I like trying to add in perspective. Yeah. I would like to create a channel where I can get recommendations, or you can just DM it to me.
Theaters of war everywhere from the Middle East to South America and East Asia. In the end, the victor would almost certainly be whichever side could outlast the other, both in terms of military and economic resources. While the scenario of America versus the entire world is obviously an absurd one, it does give us a useful picture of just how powerful the US military really is. With
Very
resources
powerful.
greater than those of most individual countries and nearly limitless power projection, even a conventional conflict against the US would be very, very hard to achieve true victory. Add in the
I'm also going to
country's
send you the
continued
original link
dominance
of
in
the
cyberspace,
video too.
and it's not all clear whether the
I think
rest
you've
of
already
the
seen
world
this,
would
though.
actually be able to
Or
win
ZJ
such
already
a
saw it.
war. And all of the
Oh, yeah.
speculation above excludes the most powerful part of the equation, nuclear weapons. Because of the principle of mutually assured destruction, no country really wants to use them today. However, it's worth noting that the US has over 1,400 actively deployed nukes, and in any real global conflict, they could be used to give any non-nuclear country a very permanent end. And even in a
Yeah, but I think if we start going nuclear, we all lose at this point. You know?
Agreed.
But honestly, if you are American,
I think for any country that is not internationally entwined with multiple other countries, going nuclear is essentially not. It is an option. It's always an option. Everything is always an option. Nothing is ever fully discounted. The only way it's discounted is if the capability is not there. I have the option of, ramming my car into a solid brick wall. I can. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it. I have the option. I'm not going to do it. Anyone who has that capability, anyone who has nuclear capability is also so entwined with the rest of the world that it would essentially be like I'm already going down. This is my last gasp, essentially. So, and anyone who doesn't have the level of connection with the rest of the world probably doesn't have nukes.
and I feel like my audience is 99% of Americans, you are probably really proud. No matter if you think America would win or
You gotta be
or
mad to
lose,
this.
the fact that we are putting just one country against the rest of the world shows you how crazy strong America is. And honestly, may win.
very distant hypothetical like the one above, we should remember that the cost of human life in any worldwide conflict would be staggering, and that
is
even
just for
winners
fun.
in such a war would suffer. But what do you think? Would the US really be able to win a war against the rest of the world? Or would the country
Tell
eventually
me in
be
the comments, my
overwhelmed?
friends.
Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
I want to see what
and
the
don't
comments
forget to
were for the next
subscribe
one.
for more
Hold on.
military content and analysis.
Okay.
This
my
is
friends,
from
this
the
was quite
military show.
amazing. And yeah, the comment section is for you. I have a lot of people watching me, specifically when I react to
Again, the
military
full view.
videos that are very knowledgeable, you know. And of course, look, my commentary, I cannot add a lot into this since I don't know, but a lot of you guys know
It's
quite more than me. So feel free to share with me your thoughts.
incognito mode.
At least the idea that I got and I already said is I believe oil will be the key thing on this. If America can stop oil to Europe, to China, America may win. If not,
Grilled cheese and
I think
tomato
we'll be
soup.
quite
Great.
more
Great,
competitive. But it's still crazy to see America
great video.
against the world.
Probably.
So yeah, my friends, do not forget to leave a like if you enjoyed this one. I thought it was a fantastic video.
I did.
And see you guys in the next one.
Good video. So this is the original video.
Germans have figured out a way to increase water pressure by 15 times without using any energy. This new $80 jet pressure accelerator harnesses the cleaning force of a hydraulic power system.
What? What the fuck?
A superpower can be defined as a state with the ability to
I wanted
project
to
power or exert.
Let's see down here. Imagine invading the shore and you see millions of people in t-shirts with guns. Hawaiian shirts, baby! Yeah! God. The world. Let's make US American citizens hold my beer. Oh God, pretty much. So this was a year ago. A year ago this came out. Okay. Dang, I've never felt the cough of bald eagle radiate so deeply within me. The fact that something like this is even being discussed speaks volumes about the extent of American dominance. I think that this video should not be interpreted as a look how great America is. This is more of a, I believe, I really like the clinical nature of the video. I really like how it didn't like go into like, see, this is why we're so, no, it was just this is what would happen in this instance. And the whole thing with oil, I think that was a huge point where if America was not able to control it or did not attempt to, then it's basically America either stalemates or loses. But if America goes for it, America wins or stalemates. Like Florida alone would be a nope. Yeah, exactly. Like Florida is Australia light. Like a la carte would be like, yeah, we got, emus and this, that, and the other. Florida, we don't have the birds that would be crazy. We got the swamp puppies. We got the pythons. We got we got some spiders. Now, obviously, a la carte has the better spiders than us, but we got a couple of spiders. We got the black widow. It's not really dangerous. They're typically reclusive. USA versus the Milky Way, who would win? Incredibly well armed and pissed off insurgency is probably the most accurate phrase I've ever seen in regards to an invasion to American soil. Incredibly well armed and pissed off insurgency. Yep. Imagine getting thumped in the plate by a 12 gauge slug from a 76-year-old man who was out in the woods doing some deer hunting, and now you just scared away all his deer. That's accurate. I love it. And so is he. Well, it was a Brit doing the video, so there wouldn't be much U.S. chest bumping. Well, yeah, no, and that's why I appreciate about it is I appreciate a perspective that is relatively unbiased. Like no perspective is truly 100% unbiased, but you can try to be as unbiased as you can be and just present facts and argue logic. And I really appreciate this type of video. Now, obviously, if we're going to watch a review of something or a analysis of a video, there's definitely something I would love to watch with you guys one day. Which let's just read a little bit more, and then USA. I can't beat you all offensively. All 130 plus countries, we can't beat you in our show. Yeah, I could see that. So basically, the U.S. would essentially be on a defensive war for the most part, with the exception of a few fields of combat. It would mostly be about preventing attacks inland and securing assets outland. World, would we win in the world against the US? I'll make sure that someone else is... Oof. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the comments are mostly like just US pro US stuff. 5-hour Doctor Who, and we're not going to watch this because it's just we don't have the time. There we go. I want to JXE. Oh my.
You've got the highest IQ in the CIA.
I don't care.
You're just not a killer, Charlie.
I don't care. Modern
this
modern
is the
movies.
first video that comes.
So this is JXE. We watched a video by him on Mulan recently, and their major video that they made that now has like millions and millions and millions of views is 5 hours long. It is incredibly well reasoned and well spoken. There is no point that repeats itself over and over. It is 5 hours of actual logical and very well written argumentation about why the most recent season of Doctor Who was a decline in the overall Doctor Who franchise. And it was like none of it was derogatory. None of it was talking about anybody's attributes or anything like that. It was entirely focused on writing and the character arcs and everything involved in that. I am so impressed by he's like, I think he was like 19 when he started writing this, and it came out when he was 22. Like, he is young and incredibly intelligent at what he's doing. Doctor Who mentioned it used to be you have my interest. Well, let me give you the thing. You don't have to pin this one. This is just a for you thing. And I'll put that over in YouTube as well, because we'll just mention that we're not going to go through the whole thing.
Up when I type Doctor Who into YouTube depresses me. Wait, it is? Pog. Apparently, people aren't allowed to have favorite eras without sifting through all of the hate first. Sort your algorithm out, YouTube.
And then the actual videos over here on the right. This is comedy too. Like the level of comedy. I can watch his videos so often because of how comedic he is. Watch this. Grab the mouse. Hold down. Oh!
That's all you had to do. As you may know, I recently violated the fundamental right of a certain subset of 13th Doctor fans to not have to see opinions they disagree with by creating a 5-hour video essay that argues Doctor Who has recently seen a massive decline in quality. And for those of you that don't know, no, not a 5-hour podcast, not a 5-hour video where I talk over some gameplay footage, not a 5-hour stream. So, this is where I am now. A fully edited 5 hours of the best constructed and best faith criticism that I felt I was capable of. But isn't that a bit long? Cried out 1,000 simultaneous voices from all across social media.
So you haven't watched it since it was good. Okay.
Yeah. But how did it end up that long? And just how mad did the internet get? You're gonna find out if you don't go away. Doctor Who being a series very close to my heart, I wanted to talk about why I consider this latest run to be a fundamental mishandling of the show. When new head writer Chris Chibnall took over 2 seasons ago, I went into his work really wanting to like it. I really did. I even posted a video
you're
to my
good.
second
Don't
channel defending
worry
his
about
decision
that.
to cast a woman in the lead role.
Wonder Woman, then Ray Solo.
No, not Solo, but carry on.
And now a Time Lady Doctor? What's next?
I guess I'd say that there will continue to be female characters in fiction.
That comment still baffles me to this day. Like, I understand what this person perceives to be the common link between the 13th Doctor and Rey, but once you add Wonder Woman, this is just a list of 3 women. Why did you type this? I was able to convince myself that I was having fun, I was enjoying myself, I was having a good time, everything was fine, until the episode...
Yeah, and that's the idea, is that Jay did not ever criticize it for for having a female doctor. He actually mocked someone who was criticizing it for her being female. Like being male, female, being any race or whatever doesn't impact the quality of the character unless the character themselves is poorly written or poorly performed. And there's actually there's an entire episode called the Haunting of Villa Diodati. And I've never seen this show, but there's actually an amazing comment in his first video where one of the first comments says, at the beginning of this video, never even heard of Doctor Who. At the end of this video, look how they massacred my boy. I learned so much about Doctor Who, and I love Doctor Who so much more after watching his video, but I acknowledge all of the failings in writing and other aspects that really mess up. And the problem is, it wasn't even the actress. It wasn't Jodie Whittaker who was the issue, because in The Haunting of Villa Diodati, when she was given competent writing, she performed it excellently. She actually felt like the Doctor from previous versions. But yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things that he talks about in the 5-hour long video, which I highly recommend watching. I will watch that and just listen to it going to sleep. I'll watch that and listen to it while I'm in the shower. I'll just listen to it like a podcast. It's fucking great. One of the things he talks about is old Doctor Who was a moral and philosophical story wrapped in the skin of a fantastical sci-fi adventure. Now it's a sci-fi romp wrapped in the skin of a moral and ethical debate. So basically, it's like they're just pushing topics. Like at one point, they said killing things, it's bad. It's like, yes, okay, present your argumentation. Well, I think that killing things is bad. It's like, that's the entire argument, is don't do bad thing. There's no thought that goes into it. It's just they chose an easy win that everybody agrees with and said, this is what I stand with. This is my stance. Everybody, look how I stand. It's like, okay, but that doesn't require any thought or nuance. You're just saying bad thing is bad. You're not giving us any kind of thing to chew on. You're just hitting me in the face with, this is bad. It's like, yeah, we agree, but like you haven't challenged anybody. Yeah.
Resolution finally broke me 11 episodes in. I gather that this is actually one of the better regarded episodes in the season. I do not understand why for a second, but I'm not here to have that.
Well, I don't think it was Jodie's fault. It was like there's a writer, the one who did the Haunting of Villa Diodati, actually was brought back as a main writer in the next season, in the I don't know, the season after the Jodie was introduced. Or no, it might have been the following season, the next season. And Chris Chibnall was, and he's not solely responsible, but he is the head writer and responsible for one of the worst written. Now, it wasn't the worst written. I think the Fourth Doctor was also fairly poorly written, but he came back in the audiobooks and was absolutely fantastic. So it wasn't him, it wasn't the actor, it was the writing again. But yeah, you do.
Fight with you. Battle it out amongst yourselves, and once you're done, I will just agree with the survivors. After that episode, though, I knew I wanted to make my video. Now, I'd covered some full seasons of television on my channel before, so
he's done some like all of these videos that I've watched every single one and just been enthralled the entire time. Very clever, very well written. He does what a lot of people do. Like Mahler is another great example. He will create these like 12-hour long, like 1 hour analysis videos of going through a video and just actually going through scene by scene what is great, what is wrong, what is great, what is terrible. No, sometimes it's the unbridled praise. Like I think he did a 3 or 4 4-hour long videos about the Avengers Infinity War. And he basically went through and he talked about references. He talked about this and the other, and it was an unbridled praise. It was talking about how good, how well it was written, how good the characters acted, how things actually meshed, how character dialogue had so much chemistry. and so on. So, Tom Baker, yeah, I believe that was him. Anyway, I'm gonna let you watch this, and yeah, I really recommend JXE. Absolutely fantastic writer and YouTuber. I believe I'm gonna find a person to raid and get out. Actually, I don't even know if I'm gonna raid. It's
Pull the lever, Grunk.
Right. All the love, Chris. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Do you want to raid into somebody, or are you gonna be getting off here? Whew. I see Percy doing some things. Oyster is playing Hatsune Miku. That's the pigeon game. Of course, sir. Of course, sir. So you're cool with going on? Because I don't want to. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to continue on. I typically raid, but I think today we're already nearly midnight here. It's like 4:30. Help. I mean the help. Oh yeah, and the help. Yeah. I really appreciate it. And I'm really looking forward to meeting you in person soon. It's gonna be awesome. It's almost 2 months out. Like just a little over 2 months. There we go. All right, we'll just end it up. I'm just gonna end it up. So I'll talk to you later, man. Wednesday, I should be back Wednesday. I'm aiming to play Split Fiction again with Vincent. I would like to do this again. I think this is really fun. I would like to do this drunk one day, but that my reasoning may become a little bit unhinged. We need to sort things out with the Madhouse Bunch. Yes, definitely. Yep. I need to get my tickets actually bought, and I need to get a hotel. So if you have any recommendations for a good hotel near the airport, because I will need to go. Sadly, I will need to go back there, the Manchester airport, the following day, pretty early, around 10 or so. Astrin, will do. Alrighty, everybody. Over on YouTube land, thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure. I'll see you later.